morning. Good morning, my friends, and thank you so much for coming to hang out with me today. It's Friday, May 31st, 2024. And today we are heading to Stamford, Connecticut for the sentencing of Michelle TROCONIS. How many of you have followed this case? Good morning to Connecticut. Crafty Chris, good morning. You're right across the sound from me. I don't know if I'm just getting older and time is going faster, or time has somehow just sped up. It seems to me like it was yesterday that Jennifer Dulos went missing, but it was almost exactly 5 years ago. And for those of you who know nothing about this case, good morning. Good morning. She is facing up to 50 years in prison. And she was tragically involved with Fotis Dulos, who was the estranged husband of Jennifer Dulos, mother of 5. And she went missing. And then her husband was charged with her murder. And then he took his own life by carbon monoxide poisoning. And so the trial was of his girlfriend, Michelle TROCONIS, who is 49 years old. She was convicted in February in a Connecticut court. They're from New Canaan, which is a Tony suburb, you might say, of Connecticut. Beautiful home, beautiful children. And today we're going to learn Michelle TROCONIS' fate. Duty Ron is going to be joining me as a special guest in a little while. He's in his office today, so whenever he's able to hop on, he will hop on. And to just get us started and give you guys a little bit of background of what to expect today, I have sometimes you wake up and you have the inability to speak. I feel like the words just won't come. But in any event, let's take a little look at, I like to go to local news for my information on stories like this, because I feel that the local news is a lot more in depth, and they're a lot more invested in the story. This is from Fox 61 in Hartford. And this is a short 4-minute presentation about what to expect today. We do expect at least all of the children have given victim impact statements to the court. I don't know if any of them will be there live to read them, but get your tissues, because this is going to be a very sad presentation in court. So let's take a quick look at what to expect today from Fox 61, Hartford.
Sarah, Brentman court starts at around 9:30 tomorrow morning. The judge will first decide whether to vacate one of the 6 counts against her involving conspiracy to commit evidence tampering. So we'll be watching for that. Then he will read the probationary report, which talks about the background of Michelle TROCONIS, who prior to this had no criminal history, and will listen to prosecutors about what they feel is an appropriate sentence. The defense will have a chance to respond, and then the bulk of the hearing will comprise of victim impact statements for the families of both the victim, Jennifer Dulos, and the defendant, Michelle TROCONIS.
This is the victim's day in court.
All eyes will be on Stamford Superior Court Friday as Judge Kevin Randolph decides how many years Michelle TROCONIS should spend behind bars. The 49-year-old faces a maximum punishment of 50 years if the judge sentences her to consecutive terms. Here's the options he's considering. In March, a jury convicted TROCONIS of the following crimes: conspiracy to commit murder, which carries up to 20 years in prison and a $15,000 fine; tampering with physical evidence, up to 5 years behind bars; and second-degree hindering prosecution, up to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. But before the judge determines her fate, he will first hear victim impact statements from the family of mother of 5 Jennifer Dulos, whose body was never discovered but was believed to be killed by her estranged husband Fotis Dulos in 2019. He has since died by suicide and left his girlfriend TROCONIS, convicted of helping him cover up the murder, to pay the full price.
The judge is going to say, regardless of whether you did the act, you've been found guilty of conspiring to do it, which means that's what's going to be the end result. And then you help clear it up afterwards I think after hearing impact statements from the family members, you know, of a woman who had 5 children for no real motive other than selfishness, I think the judge is going to hammer her.
The Troconis family will also get a chance to speak before the judge, likely to ask him for leniency. Then the defendant herself, Michelle Troconis, will address the court. And for national legal analyst and defense attorney Mark Reichel, he advises her to say this.
What if I were her attorney, I would absolutely say, look, we've got to do this. You've got to accept responsibility. You've got to show remorse. You've got to give them some closure. Okay, because there's this complete irritation out there. If there's someone saying, I'm innocent, you've got a family who doesn't believe that, who's lost their mother, lost their loved one, you know, they don't believe that. So if you're still out there screaming you're innocent, boy, that doesn't give them finality. And I would argue to the judge, look, by doing this, we're giving finality. We're trying to make amends here. There's no reason to throw another life away who made a mistake, who's not the most culpable one.
Reichel is predicting a sentence of 25 to 30 years in prison, so we'll see if he's right. But the big question now becomes, what time could we learn the decision tomorrow? Sometimes these hearings can last all day, depending on how many people decide to speak during the victim impact period. The Dulos family has historically deferred comments to a family spokesperson, so we have yet to hear from Jennifer Dulos' mother or her 5 kids. We'll see if they decide to speak tomorrow. On the other side of this, Troconis parents and siblings have been very outspoken defenders of their daughter and sister. They maintain her innocence, and we can anticipate that they will do the same tomorrow. Brent and Sarah.
Yeah, so Bridget, just at the end of your piece there, you were talking about Michelle's strategy. He advises her to take responsibility and apologize for her actions, essentially, and yet she is still appealing this decision. Those are tricky waters to navigate. How does she do that? She's
going to have to decide, is my case for appeal strong enough that I want to take the gamble? Because the stakes are, she's 49 years old and she could potentially die in prison. Sure. So does she want to take that gamble, or is it a better strategy for her long term than to say, I'm sorry, take accountability, and hope that the judge takes mercy on her?
Yeah.
All right.
All right,
Thank
Bridget.
you, Bridget.
Thank you.
And Connecticut's news station has been following the entire Michelle Troconis trial and case. You can download our free Fox 61 News app for the timeline and much more.
So that is that. What do you think, my friends, about a potential 50-year sentence for Michelle Troconis? Somebody indicated here. Janice Smith, Jennifer's family have been the epitome of class this entire time. Right. I agree. This will be live, so we are going to cover it. It's not scheduled to start until 9:30, but I thought we would come on a little bit early and kind of catch up on it a little bit beforehand. Just says they thought the prosecution did a great job in closing with all of the coincidences. Yeah. This case was based largely on circumstantial evidence and closed CCTV video of Michelle and Fotis dumping things in garbage cans around Hartford, and they found a bloody shirt, they found a bloody bra. There was some, I'll let Duty Ron come on and talk to you about the forensics, because he and Ed Wallace did a deep dive into the forensics on this case. And I think he can speak much better to that, since I've been covering the Karen Read case for so long, neck deep in it. I haven't had time to dive into a lot of other cases, but I did want to cover the sentencing with you today because it's local and because Duty Ron agreed to come on with me. So I can't wait for him to join. It's hard to believe this was 5 years ago. Thank you, Lori, Life 360 for the win, for gifting 5 memberships. That's so very kind of you. So sweet. Trying to see if we can watch this on something other than Law and Crime. Fox 61 said they were going to be covering it live, but I just don't see that they've got the feed up yet. If anybody else is local, and you know for sure, they said they were going to stream it on their YouTube channel. Here's another news piece from this morning. WFSB in Stamford Connecticut, talking a little bit about what's going to happen today.
Happening today, Michelle TROCONIS will be facing sentencing in Stamford Superior Court for her role in the death of Jennifer Dulos. Channel 3 Eyewitness News reporter Marcy Jones now joins us live from outside of the courtroom. And Marcy, we understand that dozens of family and friends on both sides of the case will be preparing their arguments as to how long TROCONIS should spend behind bars, right?
That's correct, Nicole. In just a few hours, the courtroom is expected to be packed. In fact, we're hearing that as many as 20 people could speak on behalf of Michelle TROCONIS, some even flying in from other countries to show their support. Now, both sides will have about 2 hours before the judge goes and makes his sentencing ruling. Now, it's been about 5 years since Jennifer Dulos first went missing, a New Canaan mother of 5. In March, TROCONIS, the former girlfriend of Jennifer's estranged husband, Fotis Dulos, was found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder and 5 other charges. Prosecutors argued that TROCONIS not only knew about Jennifer's murder, but also helped cover it up. Today, a judge will decide how long TROCONIS will spend behind bars. Aside from the in-court appearances, 65 people have submitted letters of support for TROCONIS. The spokesperson for the friends and family of Jennifer say that they have also prepared a statement for the court as well. Back out here live. Channel 3 will be here for the entire sentencing process. Make sure you stay with us online, on air, as well as on our WFSB app for all of the latest. Reporting live in Stamford, Marcy Jones, Channel 3 Eyewitness News.
Thank you. Thank you. Fairy Raven, good morning to Ireland. The children are between 13 and 17, is my understanding. 5 children. So it will be interesting to see if they get up and speak in front of the court. It always breaks my heart when they do. Right, so I need to go get my tissues. Good morning, Olivia. Good morning. This case really bothers me, as I'm sure it does everyone else. So many unanswered questions. Where the heck is her body? So sad. Yeah, I know. And maybe, I don't know, is there a chance that Michelle TROCONIS knows and might agree to tell the family where the body is, or the court, in exchange for some sort of leniency in her sentencing? Mel Stiller, Jennifer lost her life. Michelle TROCONIS ruined hers. Whose fault is it? Five children growing up without their mom. It's very sad. Tragic. And, the coward took the coward's way out. The husband was responsible for this in large part. And he decided to take the easy way out and off himself. Karen says, I forgot how much I loved this judge. It's so interesting. We've been covering Karen Reed for so long, and that is a very particular type of judge, Judge Cannoni. And, when we go back and watch other trials, like yesterday, Duty Ron and I did the Chad Daybell verdict live. Every judge has a different temperament, right? And we have our own preferences for the judges we like the best. And it is interesting to go back and see what other judges are like, because we kind of forget when we're watching other cases for so long. Kimco said that's a good point. Tell them where Jennifer is, Michelle. If she knows, do you think she knows? Stella Bella, if Fotis was alive, he would have been found guilty. The outcome for Michelle would not have changed. She conspired and is guilty. Shaylee says she knows. In my opinion, I have no doubt. Trash. 20 people on her behalf seems excessive, especially when they believe in her innocence. Crazy. I don't know that the judge can limit how many people are allowed to speak. What I did think was very interesting about this trial is that Connecticut law allows for a 6-person jury in a criminal case. Most states are 12. So I find that to be it's very unusual. And I don't think I like it better. Usually there's 6 jurors in a civil case, but I don't think 6 jurors is really enough when you're deciding a person's fate, in my opinion. Jessica says, I like a judge that's fair and unbiased, unlike Auntie Bev. Auntie Bev, for those of you who aren't following Karen Reed with me, is the judge in the Karen Reed case, Judge Canoni out of Norfolk County Superior Court in Dedham, Massachusetts. Thank you, Mystique, so much for your super chat. Yay, my favorite two YouTubers in one place this morning. Yeah, we're just waiting for Duty Ron to jump on. He had to go to his office today, so sometimes there are some fires that he needs to put out, but here he is. Good morning, Duty Ron.
Good morning. Sorry I'm late. Just had a couple of little technical difficulties this morning, but I'm here. Did it start? It didn't start, right?
No, it's going to start at 9:30. So I thought I'd come on just a little bit early, which is always a few minutes late for me.
Right. It's all good. Hey, listen, this case we've both been following closely. It involves a lot of shady things, and now we're going to see the sentencing today. Justice for Jennifer Dulos, and you know, this is a long time waiting, and Michelle TROCONIS helped FOTUS, as we know, discard evidence, her own bra thrown down the sewer. We watched him drive around all day long with her, going from spot to spot. She even burned things in a fireplace, it's been alleged and proven in court. So, and called her a lot of really nasty names. So Jennifer Dulos, even though she's not here to speak for herself, justice will be served today, hopefully with a just sentence.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying that some of the 5 children might get up and speak. So get your tissues ready, because I know you're sensitive like I am. And they may have 20 people speaking on behalf of Michelle TROCONIS, which this could take hours. So we'll have to maybe pop in and out depending on what happens here. But I know you're busy and you have things to do.
No. I'm never too busy for you, and I appreciate you inviting me on.
Aww.
But you know, she comes from a family of money, and we saw her parents stand up at the podium once the guilty verdicts were read, and you know, mock the justice system and say it was fixed and so forth. And you know, I just feel like, look, you had your day in court. You had your high-paid powered attorneys represent you. You were out on bail during the entire time, and now you're locked up. And the whole family seemed soured up that she didn't get a fair shake. But I think that she got a fair shake.
She's facing up to 50 years, and she's 49 now. So, I mean, that's technically a life sentence. Maybe, I know you and Ed took a deep dive into the evidence here. So if you want to just refresh, there's a lot of people in the chat who don't know anything about this case. You want to do like a little brief overview of the stuff that you and Ed covered?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a lot. And I mean, I'm glad that we have time, because this was a long custody battle between her husband, who was at some time or another a wealthy man, but he borrowed so much money from her family, and you know, he was, while married, having an affair with the defendant. Michelle TROCONIS was with FOTUS Dulos while he was married. Again, they were separated and they were going through this custody battle, but she is on paper in text messages calling the decedent of the B word. I know you don't like the cursey word, so I'm going to hold back on that.
YouTube doesn't like it.
Yeah, right, exactly. So there's nothing worse than, and I called her some really strong words with Ed, but there's nothing worse with someone who's having an affair with a married man, and she was doing that and living under the same roof with him. So her feelings were, she really didn't care much for Jennifer, and nor did FOTUS. And he took the coward's way out and killed himself. But they got rid of her. He killed his wife with the help of his mistress, and she helped him discard the evidence, the bloody clothing. I mean, there's hours worth of material out there if you want to look at it. I mean, it would be hard for us to go into all the details.
Yeah, but there was a lot of like video, right, of them dumping things in various trash bins throughout Hartford.
Video, not only throughout Hartford, and dumping things in the trash bin. And that's what I was alluding to with the car ride. She said, "Oh, I just asked him to take me to Starbucks." BS. She was willingly taking a ride with him as he discarded bags and bags of her bloody clothing and evidence, whatever he used to murder our victim here. And Jennifer Dulos didn't deserve this. But FOTUS Dulos, because he was wealthy and had a construction company, borrowed vehicles from some of his workers to, you know, do some of his dirty deeds. But essentially, in a nutshell, to sum this up, It was a husband and wife that were separating and eventually getting divorced with kids, and kids are involved here. She was brutally murdered in a violent crime scene, arguably inside her own home by Fotis Dulos. Now, there was never any time during this trial the TROCONIS implicated in actually partaking in the actual murder, but she certainly did help him discard items and so forth, and she had knowledge of what happened. You couldn't not have knowledge of this. When we looked at the evidence, and this trial lasted a long time, Melanie, you looked at the evidence. The evidence that was presented was overwhelming that she was involved. There was a camera, a Ring camera, directly across Fotis's home, and it showed him coming back. It didn't show him with her, but she went to another multi-million-dollar home that he had that was unoccupied, and for 2.5 hours, the fireplace was burning things. So what was she in that home alone burning in that fireplace in an empty house, an empty mansion? Yeah. So this is, if you guys haven't seen this case, this is something that is worth taking a look at later on today, but it is very, very sick what these two did to this poor woman, a mother, a good woman. She was active with her children's school, with the PTA. She did all of the right things, and she paid the price because they wanted her out of the picture. So, and a husband took the husband here took the coward's way out. He started his vehicle up once he knew that the walls were closing in on him and he was charged with murder. He started his vehicle up and unalived himself in his garage. And I covered that live while that was happening with the helicopters over the house.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, an unbelievable set of circumstances that unfolded in this case. And it's gone on for a long, long time. So
we see so much of this with custody battles too. It seems like this seems to be like a recurring theme. That
terrible.
These murders are happening during bitter custody battles. We just saw this in the Oklahoma Panhandle, where the paternal grandmother of 2 children in the Oklahoma Panhandle rallied up four of her friends to take the life of the mom of those children, Veronica Butler, and Jillian Kelly, who just happened to be with her on a supervised visit to go see her children. It seems that lately people will stop at nothing. It's insane. Is it getting worse, or is it just that we're covering it more?
It's a crazy world that we're living in. These things have been, they've always existed, but we have the media coverage. We have social media, we have YouTube, TikTok, and all of these different platforms. Whereas back 25 years ago, these platforms weren't available to us. We would have to, see and hear it on the 5 o'clock or the 6 o'clock news, and it would be limited coverage, and there was no other external outlets to see it. But now with all the social media outlets and the way it's being covered, it's definitely been amplified. There's a lot of domestic violence, and that's something that, needs to be spoken about more. People try to, people shy away from it because YouTube demonetizes it, but it's a really important topic to speak about. And we see this. And then today, when Michelle TROCONIS gets sentenced, hopefully that'll happen soon. But I hate to say it, but Connecticut court never starts on time. When I worked in NYPD fugitive enforcement, it was one of the worst states that when we would go to like the tri-state, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Connecticut was the worst. They always made us wait for multiple hours to get our prisoner for extradition. I don't know why, but the court system there marches to their own drumbeat. Like, I could go to Pennsylvania and pick a guy up in an hour. From getting there, an hour soup to nuts, getting my prisoner and getting him out, put him in my car, transport him back to New York. But in Connecticut, it was an all-day process.
Wow. Well, hopefully they'll start on time. I just saw I Have Law and Crime up, and they had some audio, so hopefully it'll be up soon. It seems so hard to believe that this was 5 years ago. I feel like this was just yesterday.
Yeah. And
almost 5 years to the day. I think she went missing on May 24th of 2019.
2018 or 2019, I know it was when I first started YouTube, and 2019 is when I first started, and I covered this case, and it was, to me, Fotis was alive, and I was covering it, and I remember that the female troopers walked him out of the barracks. The Connecticut State Police walked photos out, 2 female troopers, one in uniform and one out. And I love that they did that because, you know, of what the violence of what he was, you know, at that time alleged to have committed against his wife. And I felt that, yeah, I see Court TV in the background here has got it up. So yeah, you watching the same feed that I got on the TV here?
Oh, is that
Well,
Law and
I don't
Crime?
think, yeah, no, it's Court TV, but
All right.
it's not live in the courtroom. But
I
you
mean,
know,
I hear the sound up.
okay, so you have the live feed then.
Well,
Hey,
yeah, I do.
shout
I have
out
it on
to
Law and Crime.
shout out to the Melanie Little cupcakes in the chat. You guys are awesome. Thank you for being here. Okay, yeah.
Thank you for being here, my bestie.
Oh,
And the guy
man.
who told me everything I know about YouTube. If you guys are not subscribed to Duty Run, go do that. He is one of the seemingly very few creators with integrity, and he's such a wonderful, wonderful man and friend of mine. So I have your link in the description for those.
Thank you, Melanie. You know, I really feel strongly about supporting other good. Okay, here we go. Let's be quiet.
That's okay. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
I feel strongly
Pause
about
it.
supporting good friends and creators. Listen, we meet each other. We met each other through, you know, mutual friends and other people, and I'm always willing to help a fellow brother or sister that does this and give tips to them. And that's what I did with you. I didn't do anything special. You took the reins and you ran with it. So kudos to you for all the efforts and the great content that you put out, because that's a lot of the battle. It's not that you just can get tips and tricks or little pointers here and there. You could give pointers to people if they don't apply themselves. So kudos to you, Melanie. You applied yourself, and I apologize that I'm drinking my coffee.
No worries. Here we go to Stamford, Connecticut. Judge Randolph. Take note of what we consider to be a very excellent judge.
Oh, awesome. Why isn't she in prison guard?
I'd like to know that too.
This is the matter of State of Connecticut versus Michelle Troconis. May the court have the appearances of the parties, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michelle Manning for the state.
Your Honor, good morning, and may it please the court, Sean McGinnis for the state. For the record, John Schoenhorn representing Mr. Troconis. I note, could I ask that the handcuffs be removed, please?
Granted.
Your Honor, good morning. The interpreters would just like to request that anybody will be reading anything today, whether they be letters or other documents.
Did you see her father wave at him? He's in the background.
A lot faster with me.
He went.
Thank you. The court will first explain how it intends to proceed today. The pre-sentence investigation report has been delivered to the court. Presumably, it has been delivered to counsel. Yes.
Your Honor, if the attorney could just have a moment to put on the headset.
We're a little behind, so we have a minute to do a little fast forwarding. We can catch up.
Yeah, she's still going with the ruse that she doesn't understand English, which to me is BS.
Are you picking up, Madam Monitor?
Do you think she knows where the body is, Ron?
I do. I think that she knows. I think there's no way that she doesn't know, because they were very close. They lived together.
Wouldn't she have the opportunity to maybe give that information up in exchange for some leniency with her sentencing? Wouldn't that be a smart thing to do?
I feel like she was offered that and she declined it because she was so confident in her representation.
Wow.
So she thought she was going to get away with it. But look, she's looking back at her father. Her dad is right behind her.
Yeah.
A lot of liberties are afforded to defendants like this, and I don't agree with it. I think that she should be treated just the way any other defendant that's getting sentenced was treated. Look, we didn't see Murdaugh wasn't able to turn around and wave to people while he's being sentenced on sentence day. Other days, yes, we saw him do that, but this is sentence day.
Going to first indicate how it intends to proceed. The court will inquire of counsel as to whether there are any corrections to the pre-sentence investigation report, any mistakes. The court will then proceed with the state's remarks and the statements from victims. Then the defense will have its opportunity to make remarks and statements in support of the defendant and, of course, the defendant's right to allocution. The court will then deliver its remarks. The session this morning will run for as long as it needs to prior to 1:30. So rather than have a recess at 1 o'clock, we'll take the recess at 1:30 and resume at 2:30 if there is an afternoon session. The court on a previous occasion indicated to counsel that it would delay ruling on certain motions until this morning. The court is going to give counsel an opportunity, a very brief opportunity, to reiterate its arguments concerning whether or not the court should vacate any of the conspiracy convictions other than the conspiracy to commit murder conviction. So the court first will hear briefly, because the court has copies of written memoranda from both sides. Senator Schoenhorn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, I'm not going to reiterate. I cited to the court some examples. Yesterday afternoon, the state filed a memorandum. I'm just going to briefly address a couple of points. First of all, in my opinion, the state incorrectly cites the law of the case doctrine as being relevant here. As I understand the law of the case doctrine applies to a ruling by a coordinate or different judge. It never precludes a judge who's considering a matter to reconsider that matter. So that simply does not apply. And with regard to the Ellison case that's cited at footnote 1 of the state's memorandum, I will just note, I read that last night. Not only is it not controlling, I would submit it's irrelevant. In that case, there were two separate agreements among gang members, one to beat up a third party and the other to have sex with a 14-year-old girl. And they said clearly that was two separate conspiracies. They were not the same. That's the only case the state cites. I know I cited cases that deal directly with issues such as murder, other violent crimes, and then efforts to cover it up. And every one of those cases says, and unless there was a federal case where months later, that's part of the same conspiracy. Therefore, based on that, I asked the court to find that there was only one conspiracy and issue vacatur, however it's pronounced, to vacate the other two conspiracy counts. Thank you.
Oh, hell no.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. Firstly, I'll just note that I think that the defense's supplemental authority is once again asking the court for the same relief that the court has already denied. It's my understanding, Your Honor, from our last hearing, and the court obviously can correct me if I'm wrong, but the court indicated that at least one of the conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence charges would stand. The issue was whether there was one agreement to tamper with evidence or multiple agreements, as I understood the court's ruling from April 10th. So my objection is essentially that they are asking for relief that has already been denied. Now, whether or not the law of the case doctrine only applies to coordinate judges, I have not been provided with a case that stands for that proposition, but I'll note that the defense did not file a motion for reconsideration. So if we're going to get technical, there was never a motion for reconsideration filed, so the court can deny this motion on that basis. But I'll just note, Your Honor, that under Ellison, it's very clear the factors that this court has to apply when the defense indicates that that case is irrelevant, but that the hearsay cases that they cited somehow are controlling. I'm flummoxed by that argument because it's readily apparent, Your Honor, from our case law, if you look at Ellison, you look at Brown and some of the other cases that have addressed this issue, that the factors which are laid out in Ellison, which incidentally come from the Second Circuit case law, are controlling for determining whether or not there can be multiple conspiracies. Now, with respect to the merits of whether or not there can be more than one conspiracy to tamper with evidence, it's the state's position, and we argued this extensively at the April 10th hearing, that there was sufficient evidence for the jury to find that there was multiple conspiracies, not the least of which is there was 5 days of separation between the two allegations of conspiracy. They took place in different towns. They had different objectives. One was to clean the vehicle at a car wash. The other was to dispose of clothing and other potential instruments such as zip ties and things like that in the Hartford area, et cetera. So I don't want to rehash the argument that I made on April 10th, but I would ask the court to deny the defense's motion again.
Thank you. The court gave counsel an indication as to what its preliminary views were on the charging of 3 conspiracies, 1 count of conspiracy to commit murder and 2 counts of conspiracy to tamper with physical evidence. The court will now elaborate on its preliminary view. In United States versus Jurgensen, that's a 2019 trial case in the Northern District of New York. The court held that acts of concealment that are undertaken for the purpose only of covering up the criminal conspiracy after its central objectives are completed do not extend the duration of the conspiracy. In other words, the original conspiracy does not contemplate every act that is subsequent for which there is an agreement. Now, that case cites Grunewald versus United States, the United States Supreme Court case, 353 U.S. 391 at 405, a 1957 case. Now, this court finds that there can be a conviction on only 1 count of conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence because each incident of tampering follows only 1 unlawful agreement. State versus Lee, a Connecticut Supreme Court case, 325 Connecticut 339 at 343, a 2017 case, the Supreme Court held that the proper remedy when a defendant is convicted of 2 counts of conspiracy arising from the same unlawful agreement in violation of double jeopardy is a vacator of one of those conspiracy convictions. Therefore, this court vacates the conviction on count 4 of the information, conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence. The remaining conspiracy counts are conspiracy to commit murder and 1 count of conspiracy to tamper with physical evidence. And the court does not find persuasive the argument that a conviction on conspiracy to commit murder and conspiracy to tamper with physical evidence violates double jeopardy. The double jeopardy clause of the United States Constitution contemplates 3 general categories: a subsequent conviction after, rather a subsequent acquittal, and then a retrial on the same facts, a conviction and then a retrial on the same facts, or multiple punishments for the same offense. This case contemplates multiple punishments for the same offense because the court has determined that only 1 conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence can stand. The central purposes of the murder conspiracy concluded with the death of Jennifer Dulos. The conspiracy to conceal evidence of the murder is a separate conspiracy.
Judge, just to button up the record, Your Honor, may the state, pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 5496, just ask for permission to appeal the court's ruling. I'm not saying we're going to, but just to button up the record so no one says we didn't ask.
Yes.
Got to put it on the record.
Moving to the pre-sentence investigation report, before we return to counsel, court notes that there are at least two matters that the court has to address. On the second page, the charges of the case, the Office of Adult Probation includes the following statute: 53A-48, 53A rather, -48, and 53A-54A, and indicates that the penalty for conspiracy to commit murder is 25 years, essentially minimum, not more than 60 years. That's incorrect. The inchoate offense of conspiracy in charging a Class A felony becomes a Class B felony. The maximum penalty is 20 years. In addition, the court would just indicate, starting on page 3, current offenses essentially is a recitation of the facts leading to the investigation and a finding of probable cause. These facts are not taken from the facts adduced at trial. They're taken from warrant affidavits and police reports in the course of the investigation. Attorney Sean, you may be heard.
Thank you. That was going to be what the color just indicated was going to be my first remark, that these, the so-called offense conduct is taken from police reports and warrants. To a certain extent, they are not what the evidence showed at trial, but there's only a few that matter that I'm going to bring to the court's attention. First is on page 4, where it states that that with regard to the timelines, which were pejoratively referred to by the police as alibi scripts, it states that the two were drafted, quote, together, that they authored it together, is the way, the exact quote is, an account of 5/24/2019 and 5/25/2019, which Fotis Dulos and TROCONIS together had authored. I'll just submit that the only evidence at trial was that they were done separately, that the first time Ms. TROCONIS saw the version that Mr. Dulos prepared was during the interview. So it asked that that be corrected, because it's not the evidence that was either presented or came from the remarks of Ms. TROCONIS during the interview. The other portion, which was of some discussion and cross-examination made clear, is on page 6. And again, this was from the police warrant. It stated that Ms. TROCONIS stated that the paper towel that was handed to her by Mr. Dulos, it says, quote, here it says, it was brown in color and did not smell like coffee, quote unquote. The undisputed evidence is that she says, I didn't smell it. And in the video, she indicates by pulling it up that she never even smelled. She was handed it and placed it in a garbage bag. So again, that was something that was, I argued even was misleading in a motion to dismiss or a motion to suppress. But in any event, it shouldn't be in here because it's not what the testimony was at trial.
That was tested and was tested positive for blood.
At the last sentence on the bottom page 6 into the top of page 7, it states that the timing that Ms. TROCONIS, quote, provided to investigators was not corroborated by the cellular data of TROCONIS and Fotis' cell phone. Well, first of all, Ms. TROCONIS' cell phone data was not introduced during the trial, but even from the motions to suppress where it was raised and Mr. Dulos' cell phone, it did corroborate what she said about going back and forth between 80 Mountain Spring Road and 4 Jefferson Crossing. So I don't even know where that statement comes from. It might be in one of the reports, but I indicate that's contrary to what the evidence was at trial. On page 7, in the paragraph, the third paragraph, the one that begins with the word detectives, it states here that that detectives reported that on 5/29/2019, Fotis, Dulos, and TROCONIS together shuttled Gumieni's Toyota Tacoma pickup to Russell Speeder's car wash. That is, again, the opposite of what the testimony and the evidence showed. What the most one could say is Mr. Dulos drove the Tacoma and Mr. Dulos drove the Tacoma and Ms. TROCONIS drove a Yukon vehicle, followed, and that Mr. Dulos brought the vehicle into the car wash and paid for the car wash, and Ms. TROCONIS and Mr. Dulos went to see the lawyer. There was an appointment with Ms. TROCONIS's lawyer. It was the first appointment in Westport with Attorney Bowman. So I submit that that statement, again, is inaccurate, and I ask that it be corrected.
Ron, if you want me to stop it at any point, just say stop. That's what we do here. We stop, we commentate.
Oh,
So
okay.
feel free to do that.
Yes, sorry about that. I was just remaining quiet. I have things to say, but I don't want to keep stopping it. Let's see.
Okay, cool.
As far as the, I mean, I'm not going to quibble with some of the things that may or may not be different than the evidence, but anything those are the things that are material. There are things in the reports that there was either no evidence of or was contrary, but it's not material. Those are the only things that I wish to bring to the court's attention with regard to the particular statements in the report, since this becomes part of the permanent record and follows with Ms. TROCONIS. So I ask that those changes be made. If I just have one moment, I just want to make sure that I don't have anything else that I need to bring up.
Ron, I believe she's been incarcerated since her conviction, yeah?
Yeah, they took custody of her once she was convicted.
Just have one more moment here.
The paper shuffling in every courtroom is so annoying.
I mean, it's in my ear. I can imagine if anyone's listening with a headphone, how annoying it is. It's really like, whew. But I just turned my volume down.
There is one other matter, and that was also of some evidence. And in fact, it was played for the jury. And I believe I believe it was Detective Kimball admitted it was incorrect. It states here on page 6 in that same third paragraph that begins detectives, in the second to last sentence, it says TROCONIS began cleaning windows and then gave up because she realized the house was too big. That was made clear that was a false statement. That was, or at least it was inaccurate, and Mr. Kimball admitted that it was. We played that portion for him, and she never said that. That was something they asked her, and she said, that's not true. They said, well, we have it on tape, and they played a portion, and that portion did not include that statement. So I believe that should also be removed. The fact that she was cleaning, but I think the part about windows, because that was never said, and therefore it's inaccurate to put it in here. That's it.
The answer to this question, Karen, is yes. He has to get everything on the record. He's reviewing the pre-sentence investigative report, and if there are any errors in there, he's got to make note of it for his client to protect all of her rights of appeal. So although people find it annoying, he's got to do it. He's got to represent his client zealously. So that's what we're seeing, and luckily he's finished.
Thank you. Again, the caveat is that the reports that were generated during the course of the investigation and the warrant affidavits, the warrants themselves, served as the fountain for which much of the offense conduct is recited. However, the summary and recommendations somewhat, this court believes in large part, mitigates some of what counsel has indicated. According to the Office of Adult Probation, members of which did not attend the trial. The court is reading from the summary and recommendations. The extent of her role in the instant offense is not fully clear. That's from the Office of Adult Probation, which did not attend the trial. So if there are any corrections that have to be made, the corrections are noted as a record, but it would not change that ultimate view by the Office of Adult Probation. Are we ready to proceed, Attorney Manning?
We are, Your Honor. If I may just comment on the state's view for the PSI.
Yes.
I will be brief, as Your Honor has already indicated. What I will agree with counsel on is I'm not going to quibble over the facts on how they are presented in the PSI. As Your Honor has indicated, it does not reflect any bit of the trial and a lot of the details that came out on the trial. For the summary and recommendation, I don't at this time have any substantive changes or considerations with respect to the PSI as a whole, but the state will certainly be remarking on it as I go forward. But we are ready to proceed, Your Honor.
And before we do, as a housekeeping matter, there were a number of letters that the court had requested be provided to the court ahead of time. I have also taken those same letters, I believe, if my math is correct, there's 63 of them, placed them on a disc, handed that to the clerk. I'd also emailed them to the state well in advance, so they had every one of those letters. I asked that that be marked as, I don't know how if these are court exhibits, because it's something to the court. And then there was a letter, so that would, as a disc, constitute one exhibit for all 63 plus or minus letters that the court received. And there was a letter that was sent directly to the court that was then emailed to my office by the clerk by a Barbara Ruppert. And I asked that that letter be marked. I don't know if the court already did, but I asked that that also be marked as an exhibit for a court exhibit for purposes of today's sentencing.
Same as well, Your Honor. We have about 12 speakers who are going to speak to the court. They have presented letters. I have put those on a disc, provided copies to counsel, as well as on the disc is each of those speakers has picked a special photograph that is special to them regarding Jennifer Dulos. So I have that on the disc as well. I asked that that be made, however, it is marked as well, and the state is ready to proceed.
Okay, so what we will do is for the defense disc, we'll designate it as defense sentencing A. For the individual letter, defense sentencing A1. For the prosecution sentencing 1. You may proceed, Attorney Manning.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I just may have one moment.
63 letters on behalf of the defendant is a lot.
That's going to take some time. That's going to take a long time. But they also have photographs to
Your
show.
Honor, Michelle Troconis stands before this court.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going to read those letters into the record or if they're just going to give the judge the disc for him to look at.
Yeah, I mean, it would take a whole complete day to hear someone read 53 letters, depending on the length of them. But I guess we'll soon see. But in an answer to one of the live chatters here, and thank you everybody for all those questions in the chat. I do not think this defendant has ever cleaned the house in her entire life until she was ordered by POTUS Dulos to go and burn and clean up part of the crime scene and evidence and so forth. Yeah, I mean, I know that was put in the chat lightly, but I think seriously she's never got her hands dirty ever in probably ever in her life. Especially washing windows. Who likes washing windows? Nobody. Yeah, I don't. So they did say there will be 12 speakers coming in on the victim side. So I guess we'll at least see those. So let's see what happens here. Yep. And also another fun fact, it was proven by the prosecution that the defendant speaks fluent English and understands fluent English. I know it's the court's due diligence to make sure that there's no questioning at the end. The people are asking questions why she has that earpiece in, Melanie. She's a dual citizen from Venezuela. Her family, she was born and raised in Venezuela and then came to the United States in her teens. But she speaks fluent English, and multiple witnesses came on with the prosecutor to explain that they've had multiple business conversations with her in English, and she understands.
So she's got a Spanish translator translating.
She's got the earpiece in as it's live coming in translating, and it's actually held up court a few times because it wasn't working. But the prosecutor, like I said, made a fool of her because they brought in multiple witnesses that said, "Oh no, we had," and including a police interview where her interrogation and interview with the police, she was fluently, and it was never in Spanish. It was all in English. So
better to not have any appellate issues, I guess, and have it take a little bit longer, but at least they don't have to stop every time and translate like they have to do during a deposition. So at least there's that. At least she's got an earpiece, so that kind of speeds it up a little bit.
Little fun facts.
Yeah, you can always hit us with fun facts, Ronnie.
After being found guilty by a jury of her peers to the charge of conspiracy to commit murder of Jennifer Dulos, tampering and conspiracy to commit tampering for disposing of evidence in Hartford on May 24th, 2019, and tampering and the conspiracy to commit tampering for destroying evidence in the Toyota Tacoma on May 29, 2019 at Russell Speeders in Avon. She was found guilty by a jury of her peers after trial, as well as hindering prosecution. Before I go into the state's remarks and recommendation, I'm going to ask the court to hear from the people who are most devastated by the defendant's selfish, manipulative, and cruel actions, by her agreement to murder Jennifer Dulos, by her assistance in covering it up, and by her failure to accept any responsibility or show any remorse. I'd ask the court to hear from Jennifer Dulos' mother, sister, 5 children, and the friends who have kept Jennifer's spirit alive despite the cruelty of Michelle Troconis. I'd ask Your Honor first to hear from Jennifer's mother, Gloria Farber. If I may just have one moment.
Gloria Farber is in her 80s, Melanie, and she's taking care of her 2 children, 13 and 17, along with the nanny who's been there, Almeida. She testified in this trial. She's 32 years old. She's been with those children since they were young and was there the last day that the victim was seen alive, Jennifer Farber Dulos. But this is her mom, strong woman, and is raising these kids since this happened in 2019.
She has 2 of the kids, or she has all 5 of the kids?
I think 2.
Where are the other 3? Do we know?
I'm not 100% sure, but that's
sad.
what I did.
They're all under 18. They're 13 through 17.
Okay, so then she probably has all 5. Let's take a listen to what she has to say.
I don't know.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Judge Randall, for giving me the opportunity to speak about my daughter, Jennifer Rebecca Dulos. When Jennifer did not answer calls, texts, did not go to a scheduled doctor's appointment on May 24th, 2019, the day Jennifer disappeared, I knew something terrible had happened. When I learned about how she died, my thoughts turned to my wonderful daughter, Jennifer, who only wanted to give and to get love and to be a loving mother. She lived in fear for her life and fear that her husband might abduct her children. I thought of how to help my grandchildren when they learned how their mother died. How could I help them and myself cope with the unthinkable? My strength came from needing to cope. My purpose was clear: to be there for my grandchildren and for my daughter, Melissa. My daughter and Jennifer's loyal friends thought it was important to honor Jennifer. We organized a ceremony at Temple Emmanuel in November of 2019, inviting people near and dear to her, family and friends. Knowing songs that Jennifer loved, we asked a pianist and a woman singer to sing her favorite songs. The chief rabbi spoke, as well as several other people. Then we had a reception at the Harmony Club, where we had brunch and more music, and I recited the words of a song that inspired my husband and I to find the right name for Jennifer. It starts, Jenny Rebecca, 4 days old. How do you like the world so far? It is a song that was written by Carol Hall. She sent me the lyrics with a note saying, for your Jenny Rebecca. Due to Jennifer's character, she had the ability to connect with a select group of friends to whom she confided and empathized with if they had any issues. These are the friends who have remained with the children, sharing, taking care of their health, education, and encouraging their athletic interests. They're available to hug and love them, and when needed, disciplining them as their mother would have wanted. They have planned vacations, celebrated their birthdays, and name days. Providing, when they are couples, male role models who interact with the children as if they were their own sons and daughters. In this way, creating blended families by including their children. One being widowed and having met Jennifer in graduate school, is able to mentor the children on any subject. Run with one of the boys who loves running. She has become our family spokesperson. Jennifer's sister, their aunt, loves them deeply and provides a connection to their mother. We honor Jennifer by creating a memorial stone near her father's gravesite. The stone is a replica of her father's gravestone. Jennifer had always wanted to be buried near her father. Now we had a memorial stone where the family and close friends gathered. I asked a rabbi from the temple about my family to preside. She recited Kaddish and asked if anyone wanted to talk about Jennifer. Her sister spoke eloquently, as well as many of the other participants. For years, we searched for her remains, tracking down every lead. This search continues. Every year, we honor Jennifer on her birthday, September 27th, 1968. On that day in September, her children, her sister, her friends, and I crossed the street from my apartment and we walked to Central Park, carrying purple balloons, Jennifer's favorite color. We sit on benches and using markers, we write messages to her. Then we let the balloons go and watch as the wind lets them float to the sky. We watch them until the balloons disappear. Jennifer filled her children with love, wisdom, and humor. Jennifer would have been very proud of her children's accomplishments. They will always have their memories of her, as do I. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, the strength that that mom has just showed in reading that heartbreaking statement and not breaking down crying. I don't know how she did it, but prayers.
Next, I would ask the court to hear from Melissa Farber. Melissa is Jennifer's sister.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about my sister, Jennifer Farber Dulos. On Christmas Day of 2018, my mother and I were visiting Jennifer and her 5 children. When her children were out of the room, Jennifer mentioned that Michelle and Fotis were engaging in some type of fraud. She was extremely concerned about this. At 8:45 on the morning of May 24th, 2019, I awoke with a startle. I did not realize at this time that my sister Jennifer's life was ending. But there was something in me that was shaken to the core. At 10:04 a.m., I sent Jennifer a text in which I told her about my recent trip to Florida to visit our Uncle Jerry. In that same text, I wished her a happy Memorial Day weekend, but I never received a response. By the end of the day, my sister had become a missing person. I loved Jennifer since the day she was born. I remember holding her when she got home from the hospital. I was so proud to have such a beautiful and precious baby sister. And as the years went by, my pride in Jennifer grew stronger. She grew up to be a talented writer and a beautiful person. I miss Jennifer's intelligence, her soft, sweet voice, and the sound of her laughter. There are really no words to adequately express what losing my sister Jennifer has meant to me. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I would ask the court to hear from Petros. Petros was only 13 years old the day his mother was murdered.
Good morning, Your Honor. I am Jennifer's eldest son. The defendant's actions in conspiring to murder my mother have had irreparable effects on my life, many that I'm still figuring out each and every day. I've been left with a hole inside of me that I know I will never be able to fill. Losing my mother tore me from the joyful innocence of my youth and made me confront the horrors of the world at an early age.
Sorry, the interpreter will have to ask the gentleman to speak a little slow.
My mother was everything to me. But during the divorce, I became very bitter with everyone around me, especially Mom, because she was always trying to help me. This meant that I hurt the person closest to me because I didn't know how else to voice my pain. The defendant's actions mean that I will never be able to tell my mom how sorry I am for not being a better son when she needed me. I will never be able to tell Mom how proud of her courage I am, most importantly, how much I love her. This fact haunts me every day. There are feelings and thoughts that I will never be able to express again because my mom was the key to those parts of me. I'm upset that I will never know the man I could have become if my mom was still here to guide me. She was my hero, and now I often feel lost without her comforting smile and her meaningful discussions. I wish I could share my victories with her, but I can't because she is not here anymore. I wish I knew she was in the stands watching me play. I wish I could come home and show her my grades and feel the genuine pride in me that I only got from her. I wish we could sit for hours and discuss everything there is to talk about. I wish she could see me mature from a boy into a young man. I wish I could hug mom again, but I can't now. Your Honor, I understand that sitting over there is a mother with a child and a family who love her. My mom once had that. We once had that, and she helped destroy it. That woman appeals to our sympathy under the guise of being a mother. She has desecrated the meaning of that word for me. This statement is primarily about my loss, but I also want to highlight my mom's exceptional nature. The number of people who have rallied around us is a testament to the devotion she inspired in those close to her. I want to end with the lesson my mom taught me. Leave everything the same or better than you found it. Michelle TROCONIS, you did the opposite, and you should be punished. Thank you.
Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to ask the court now to hear from Kiki Davis. Ms. Davis was a close friend of Jennifer's, her lifelong friend.
Melanie, was that an interpreter that we were hearing talking while the son was talking?
I did not hear that. That was Petros, her son, who was 13 years old at the time that she went missing. He's now 18. They didn't have the camera on him at all, but I didn't hear an interpreter.
It sounded like someone was talking in the background, and I couldn't make out what it was. It was horrible in the beginning. It
sounds like people are just chattering.
Your Honor, I
in the
appreciate the
gallery.
opportunity to share my thoughts
So
and
rude.
experience regarding the loss of Jennifer Dulos. I hope the photos here today will give you a visual sense of her kindness, gentle nature, humor, and genuine love for her family and friends. And our words will reach deep and convey our loss. In 1973, I started first grade in Brooklyn and was very fortunate to be in class with Jennifer. She and I became best friends, which over the next 46 years even grew closer to a sisterhood. When Jennifer filed for divorce and was fighting for custody of her children, our friendship grew even deeper. I reminded her often that we were family and that I'd always be there for her. On one occasion, she asked if she could include me and her children as her children's guardian in her will. At that time, I thought it was a smart, practical decision, and of course promised to care and love for them as my own. I'm grateful we had this conversation as it has guided me through the years together. The loss of Jennifer has greatly impacted my and my family's lives. We went from 5 to 10 in our hearts, and even larger if you include Lauren, Laurel, Carrie, Caroline, Melissa, and Gloria. We have learned our hearts are capable of so much love. It has also been a real test to my family's strength. I've been an absent mother to my own children and spouse to my husband, especially during the years that I divided my time living 2 weeks per month in Charlotte, North Carolina, and the other 2 weeks in Brooklyn with Jennifer's children. The heartbreak and guilt of going back and forth has been one of the hardest tests I have ever endured. But that was a choice I made and not entirely something Michelle TROCONIS did to me. However, Michelle TROCONIS' actions, and perhaps lack of actions, greatly impacted me daily, as I am now the closest person to a mother these 5 may ever have again. My friend Jennifer should be in my shoes hugging her children each morning. My friend should be in my place hearing them laugh or cry. My friend should be by her children's side as they do their homework, get ready for bed, or wish to talk about friends. My friend should be here to teach her family history, her history, and her young years. My friend should be here singing songs, watching their sports games, and doing puzzles with her children. My friend should be troubleshooting and agonizing over colleges, ACTs, and summer jobs. Her children should feel the safety of her hug. They should know her incredible patience and love for listening. They should hear the sound of her wonderful, contagious laugh. They should experience the innate wisdom she holds about the right course for their future. They should feel, not remember, her unconditional love. Over the past 5 years, I have done my best to be a mother to Petra, Theodore, Christian, Constantine, and Noel, while always carrying the deep sadness that it should be Jennifer, not me, seeing and being present in her children's lives. Michelle TROCONIS, you took this from them. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'd ask you to hear next from Theodore. Theodore is Jennifer's son, and he was 13 when his mother was taken from him.
Melanie, I gotta run. I'm at work, so I gotta get out of here.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
My mother was the best mom I could ever ask for. She loved me and my siblings unconditionally. She was the brightest light, a shining star, the most unselfish person you would have ever met. At the time, I did not really know all that she was doing. But looking back at it, it was truly incredible. Taking care of 5 young children, dealing with divorce court, checking in on her mother, and trying to stand tall against the evil working to bring her down. My life now is nothing like it used to be. I no longer have my mother, my hero. I'll never talk to her again. I'll never do my homework with her again. I'll never ask her for advice again. I'll never go on an errand with her again. She will never see me graduate high school. She will never see me graduate college. She'll never see me get married. These are just a few things, and they go for my 4 siblings as well. Michelle, I will speak to you in English because that's the language we've always communicated in.
Wow.
Michelle, imagine this. You wake up tomorrow and your daughter is gone and you will never see her again. Gloria Farber lived this nightmare on May 24th, 2019. What if it was not your daughter, but your sister Daniela, gone without a trace? Melissa Farber went through this on May 24th, 2019. What about if you woke up tomorrow and your dear friend Petu was gone and you would never see her again? Kiki, Laurel, Carrie, Caroline, and Lauren, to name a few, experienced that terror on May 24th, 2019. What if you woke up to the news that you would never see your mother again? My 4 siblings and I experienced that life-crushing loss on May 24th, 2019. 5 kids lost their mother. Michelle, you caused this damage. On May 24th, 2019, you not only knew about, but conspired to murder a daughter, sister, friend, and mother of 5 kids. That day, you took away 5 children's source of comfort, our protector. You showed no remorse, and you have yet to show any to this day. You have sympathy only for yourself when you realize you will be punished. You expected to get away with it because you believe you are above the law. You thought nobody would suspect you and that all suspicion would fall on my dad. Unfortunately, you underestimated law enforcement and the justice system in our country that day and the days and months following. You were caught red-handed and you're shocked. You will spend the next however many years behind bars, and this will give you the time to think about what you have done. Every day, you will wake up in a small cell with not much to do. You will have many years to contemplate what you know you have done. If you have just the least bit of humanity, I suggest you let all of us know exactly what happened that day and where my mother is. Do the right thing, Michelle. Admit to your family what you did instead of trying to keep their family pride. Ephesians 4:25. Therefore, each of you must put off falsehood and speak truthfully to your neighbor, for we are all members of one body. I will never forgive you for what you have done, and until you give us more answers, you will be considered evil, violent, and most definitely a coward.
An appropriate sentence, Your Honor, would be 50 years, 10 years for each child who lost their mother that day. May my mother rest in peace. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Wow.
I ask Your Honor next to hear from Laurel Watts. Laurel has been Jennifer's friend since childhood and is now a caregiver to her children.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
This is my friend Jenny at 20 on my roof in Brooklyn. The summer we lived together. Jenny Farber was my friend for 46 years. From when we were 4 to when we were 50. From community nursery school to middle school math class to Brown University. You have to be pretty extraordinary to inspire friendship that evergreen. She was. All the adjectives: deep, beautiful, genius, outrageous, gentle, and wise can't even come close. We lived together, traveled together, and we held each other's babies when they were born. And I am lonely for Jennifer every day. My conversation with her lasted for 46 years. It ended on May 24th, 2019, forever silenced. I have her last voicemail. I have her last text saved on my phone. I have no other friend who knew me at 4 and at 12 and at 20 and at 50. The Jennifer that knew me at all those ages is gone. And all those Jennys stretching back in time exist only in my memory. I can't see them in her face. Sometimes I can glimpse them in her children's expressions, hear their laugh in theirs. On March 1st, 2024, Michelle TROCONIS was convicted of conspiring to murder Jennifer Farber Dulos. By killing Jennifer, TROCONIS cut off a future for Jennifer and for us. So much of this trial has been about what was a failed relationship, divorce, court orders. But every time that I was with Jennifer and her children, she was deeply, truly content. She was always holding one kid's hand, had another in her lap, was making a crazy joke with 2 of them. She delighted in them wholly. The most relaxed, beautiful, and fulfilled I have seen her in all my years of friendship with her was with them. That should have continued, growing and changing and evolving. But because of Michelle TROCONIS, Jennifer's kids never got that future with her. The week before she was killed, Jenny called me. She was feeling hopeful about the future, that there was light at the end of the divorce tunnel. I said, we're gonna have so much fun. You're gonna find someone to love who loves you. You're gonna be free. But because Michelle TROCONIS, Jennifer never got that future. And I never got that time with her. By killing Jennifer, Michelle TROCONIS shattered Jennifer's family. I have spent every day for the past 5 years, numb with grief and raging with anger, working with these extraordinary people to piece this family together. We are a patched, wobbling, defiant, and loving thing. At the same time, I have struggled to protect my family from the fallout and the grief, my neglect, and my anger. I've asked everything of my husband, my children, and my aging parents, and I will keep asking it of them because our project is never going to end. By killing Jennifer, TROCONIS left 5 children without a mother. I witnessed that loss every day. I take solace in Jennifer's children, Christian and Constantine, Petros and Noel and Theodore, because they are part of her and they are now a part of me, like she was a part of me. But every act of mothering them, hair brushed, hands held, secrets kept, fights, worry, and pride is bittersweet. All joy is mediated. Because every moment that's good and every moment that's bad, Jennifer desperately wanted. It should be her visiting colleges with Theodore, lazing in bed with Christiane, cheering at Noel's volleyball game. It should be her wrestling with Petros's ACTs and laughing at Constantine's newspaper article. Not me. But Jenny's not here. Because TROCONIS helped destroy evidence and lied to the police, Fotis Dulos remained at large over 9 months following the murder of Jennifer, from May 2019 to January 2020. That's May, all of June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January. We lived in a state of fear that we would lose the kids to him and that they would be hurt. Hours after the murder, Dulos demanded we return the kids to him. 2 days after the murder, he was raging in our lobby. Even after he was arrested, the police warned us that he would kidnap the kids or enact some violent revenge on us for taking care of them. I did the calculations. How long did we have from when the ankle bracelet alarm went off until he arrived on our doorstep? 1 hour? Maybe? The kids were accompanied everywhere by armed security guard for 9 months, and I was never not on alert. Because TROCONIS helped destroy evidence and lied to the police, Jennifer's body has never been found. I could not mourn Jennifer openly because she was missing. I could not answer the kids' questions. Where is she? I gave a eulogy at a memorial without a body. Her mother put a headstone over an empty grave. Because TROCONIS assisted Dulos in the disposal of Jennifer's body, all we do have is a bloody bra and a shirt stiff with Jennifer's blood, sliced up the center. And all of the horror engendered by these, our only artifacts. That's what the kids have left of their beautiful, gentle mother. And that's what I have left of my friend. In the instructions explaining the scope of the victim's statements, we are invited to give our opinion as to what should happen to the defendant. In my opinion, Michelle TROCONIS deserves the maximum sentence available under the law. 1, your cruelty is stunning, and therefore you deserve a sentence at the upper limit of the range. These 5 children were not an abstraction. They were not your boyfriend's kids, a photograph on a desk. You skied with them, you lived with them, you fed them, you tucked them in. Your child, Nicole, is the same age as Petros and Theodore. She is a daughter, like Christiane and Noel. How could you, as a mother, knowing what that means, knowing what that bond is, how important that is for Nicole, choose to kill the mother of these children you claim to love? You must have known what the outcome would be, the devastation, but you did it anyway. Killing Jennifer demonstrates a capacity for cruelty that is mind-boggling, or that you are incapable of human feeling, that you are unable to conceive of these children as anything other than things to be acquired. Your greed is engulfing, and therefore you deserve a sentence at the upper limit of the range. You claim you didn't know Jennifer, but you coveted her life, and you effectively took it for your own. First, you took Jennifer's husband. Whatever the state of their relationship, they were married. Then you took Jennifer's home, moving yourself from Miami into Fort Jefferson, into Jennifer's bed. You moved Nicole into one of the kids' bedrooms. You enrolled Nicole at the school where Jennifer had 5 children, friends, a community. You tried to take Jennifer's children. By erasing Jennifer, you hoped to get custody, becoming what you and Fotis prematurely claimed to be, a married couple with 6 children. You cold-bloodedly planned, executed, and covered up Jennifer's murder, and therefore you deserve to be sentenced at the upper limit of the range. This killing was not an accident. You did not lose control. You helped plan every complex step, minute by minute. You drifted around that house, fiddling with Fotis's phone, providing him with an alibi, all the while knowing he was in New Canaan, snuffing out Jennifer's life. You were intimate with him against the door of the Tacoma, bloody seats and all. You sat in a Raptor chewing gum and texting while he disposed of bags of bloody evidence. That is the definition of cold-blooded. Your Honor, I believe any and all sentences should be served consecutively. There are no mitigating factors. This woman is sophisticated. She is educated. She's an independent person. She was not swayed by Fotis. I knew him 4 years, much longer than she did. And he was no Svengali. He had no special powers. She has shown no remorse. She's had many opportunities over the past 5 years to help or show compassion, and she never has. Finally, to the degree time in prison provides retribution for these crimes, she deserves to be sentenced at the upper limit of the range. Troconis' daughter, Nicole, was 12 when Troconis conspired to kill Jennifer. In the past 5 years, Troconis has raised her daughter into young adulthood. In Connecticut, Miami, and Colorado. Troconis has been available to her mother, spent time with her sister and her friends. Jennifer will not raise her children past May 24th, 2019. Jennifer will never take care of her mother or sister. Jennifer will never spend time with us, her friends. Jennifer's sentence is forever.
Wow. She does sound like a lawyer. Someone asked if she was a lawyer. Sounded like a closing argument.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So well done.
I would ask the court to hear next from Christiane. Christiane is Jennifer's daughter. She was 10 the day her mother was murdered.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
The first time I met Michelle, we were water skiing in Miami. I'd heard that she was my dad's friend, and that was all I ever thought was relevant to know. The next time she came into my life was when we left Farmington with my mom. I don't remember it very well, but I didn't know we were leaving Fort Jefferson for good. When my mom told us we were going to New York, I expected just another visit to my grandma's house. And the pictures of the house we were moving into began to be shown, and talk of dad's cheating slipped from adult mouths and spread to me. I was confused. My dad, the person who I looked up to, was doing something awful, and it was with Michelle. Michelle, the woman I had not given a thought to since I had last seen her. Our lives completely changed from then on. We were living in New Canaan and getting enrolled in New Canaan Country School. I remember talking to my dad on one of our visits. I asked him something like, "Why did you cheat on Mom? I thought you said cheating was bad." He answered, "When you really love somebody, sometimes you can't wait." It occurred to me then that the person Dad really loved was no longer my mom. It was Michelle. Michelle, the one who was moving into my house, sleeping on my mom's side of the bed. It occurred to me then that this affair was why my mom took us and left, why she cried at night, and why we were no longer a family. From then on, Michelle was a part of my life with my dad. Later on, my dad told us that Michelle was not allowed to be around us anymore, and that if we wanted to keep seeing her, we could not tell Mom that Michelle was at our visits. I cared, almost more than anything, about keeping my dad happy and proud. So when my mom asked me if Michelle was at our visits, I lied. I stood in her bathroom, just my mom and me, looked at her and said, "No, she's not at our visits." Not because I wanted to keep seeing Michelle, but because I knew Dad wanted to. Mom found out that we lied, and soon Dad's visits became shorter and shorter until it was once a week with the supervisor. Michelle's presence in our lives, even before May 24th, was overwhelming and invasive. I lied for her. I was told to trust her. I switched bedrooms so that she and her daughter could move in, all while seeing the effects this had on my own family. On May 24th, 2019, I went to my friend's house after school while my siblings went to New York. I was told I had to sleep at that friend's house because something was happening, but nobody told me what. That night, I called my mom and she did not answer. On the same day, my dad, with the help of Michelle Troconis, murdered my mom. And even though Michelle may not have been holding the weapon, I truly believe that she had a lot more to do with everything than she's letting on. Michelle TROCONIS to me is the reason I feel completely lost and alone on nights when I cannot sleep. She's the reason why I've blocked out my childhood, and that day so much I can barely remember it. She's the reason kids at school look at me with pity, the reason my teachers say guardians and not parents, the reason I've had to sit and watch as the people who care for me break down, the reason my siblings move through life with a huge piece of them lost. She's the reason I've had to sit on the bathroom floor with my little sister and try my best to comfort her. She's the reason I had to visit my dad in the hospital, knowing what he did and knowing he chose to leave us. She's the reason I did not get to visit my mom in any sort of way before she died and have no closure in her death. She's the reason I no longer feel I have a real beginning, a home to always come back to, parents I will always belong to. She's the reason words mom and dad spark nothing but a hazy memory. The reason those words will never again represent the person who holds me in their arms as I cry about some unimportant temporary problem. The person I can casually go to lunch with and talk about all the gossip and trauma with. The person who comes to my sports games and cheers me on. The person who picks me up from school. Mom and dad are words that only bring trauma and grief. I will never again share those simple moments that mean everything. Now, the only time I can feel my mom's presence is through memories. I listen to my grandma tell me about my mom when she was my age. Her friends share stories of her life. All of this is bittersweet. I hold on to these moments of her life, knowing it should be her telling me these stories. I read her own writings where she talks about motherhood and of the future she never got to experience. Our teenage moments that she predicts she never got to live through. And now I'm coming to a point in my life when I'm starting to understand the full person she was. I only knew her as my mom. I'm now discovering who she was as a child, a teenager, a young adult, by myself. She should be sitting here and doing it alongside me. Michelle TROCONIS is the reason I've had to wake up every single day since May 24th, 2019, and ignore the first 10 years of my life because I cannot even begin to process everything. For that and everything else I've said, Michelle deserves the maximum time in jail. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that is the first victim impact
Next, I'd
statement
ask the court to hear from Lauren Almeida.
that TROCONIS
Lauren's
actually
the
looked
nanny to
at.
Jennifer's children and was Jennifer's friend.
These photos are heartbreaking.
Your Honor, thank you for letting me speak today. This is a photo of Jennifer on her 50th birthday. We all celebrated together. It's also her last birthday that we all celebrated together. I first met Jennifer in 2012 when she had 5 small kids and I was 21 in my senior year of college. I started babysitting for Jennifer once a week, but then that grew to seeing Jennifer and her kids almost 6 days a week. From the beginning, I was never just their nanny. To be inside someone's home is such an intimate experience, one that has many ups and many downs. But right away, Jennifer opened up her home to me and made me part of their family. We were a duo right away. She trusted me and I trusted her. It was Jennifer I went to when anything happened in my life, when I needed direction or someone to just vent to. Jennifer always had my best interests at heart and gave me a space to be heard. She made me laugh. She made me think about my future. And she provided me with opportunities I never thought I'd have. Most importantly, she loved me and I loved her and her family. Through this experience, I've gained people in my life that were Jennifer's closest friends and are now my chosen family. Women who are teaching me how to be a mother, how to let things go, how to just live and love. They have all taken some place of what Jennifer was to me, even though that hole can never be filled. There's a piece of Jennifer in all of them. I hear Jennifer's voice in Kiki's, her intelligence in Carrie, her force with Laurel, and her wittiness in Caroline. Seeing Melissa and Gloria, I see Jennifer in their eyes and smiles. While I've gained this chosen family, it shouldn't be like this. It should be Jennifer sitting at the table helping with homework. It should be Jennifer attending sports events. It should be Jennifer taking them on college tours. It should be Jennifer's bed they run into at night. It should be Jennifer giving them advice on friendships. It should be Jennifer that they have to console them. It should be Jennifer to see them at their sad times and at their happiest. And you, Michelle, You have helped take away all of this. You took their mother and you took my friend. The actions of Michelle Troconis have greatly affected my life and continue to affect my life. The day Jennifer went missing was the day I started to fear not only for my life, but the life of Jennifer's 5 children. And this was directly because of what Michelle and Fotis decided to do on May 24th, 2019. I no longer slept. I no longer could leave the apartment without running to my car in fear that someone would come after me. I could no longer enter my home in Connecticut without a police officer because I was afraid of Michelle and Fotis being on the other side waiting for me. We didn't leave the kids alone because we were certain Michelle and Fotis would try and take them. We had armed bodyguards escort us anywhere we went because we lived in fear 24/7. I had nightmares so bad I woke up in tears shaking, unable to let go of the thought of Michelle and Fotis taking these kids and doing something unthinkable, because the unthinkable had already happened. It has been proven that Michelle conspired with Fotis to kill, in the most gruesome way, a mother of 5 kids, a mother and my friend. May 24th, 2019 was the day Jennifer was murdered by Fotis and Michelle. And that was the day I decided I wouldn't leave those kids until she was found. It's been 5 years and I still haven't left their side. I had a relationship, upcoming career, family, friends. My whole life was in Connecticut. I left all that to help Gloria and Jennifer's close friends to care for these kids. My relationship ended. I lost the place I called home. I've lost friends and time with my family. I had to rethink what my life would be like now that I had 5 kids to help look after. These kids have become my whole world, and they've taught me what unconditional love is. But because of what Michelle has done, my life has become something unexpected. I put my own goals in life on hold. My desire to have my own children has been paused. I've also witnessed what losing both parents have done to these kids. Tears, fear, sadness, because they no longer have parents to watch them grow up, watch them graduate, help them learn from mistakes, enter relationships, and share memories of their childhood. The feeling we all feel, knowing we have our parents in this world that love us unconditionally, no matter what we do. The 5 of them lost that. And while the kids are surrounded by unconditional love, this feeling of safety and security for them is gone. You, Michelle, were found guilty on all accounts in this courtroom. You, Michelle, drove with Fotis while you threw away Jennifer's bloody clothes in the trash. You, Michelle, lied multiple times to the police. You, Michelle, have been disrespectful in this courtroom. You, Michelle, have been found guilty of conspiring with Fotis to murder Jennifer. And you, Michelle, show no remorse and no accountability. Michelle Troconis deserves to spend the maximum sentence behind bars because of all that she did. She helped change the course of so many people's lives. And for what? To take Jennifer's place? Because you could never. To live this lavish lifestyle Fotis promised? We'll never know, because I believe Michelle will never be honest. She took away the most genuine, thoughtful, funny, and kind person I have ever met. She took away a mother who sang silly songs to her kids, who was always there when they fell to lift them back up. A mother whose whole life was Petros, Theodore, Christian, Constantine, and Noel. Now, these kids and all of Jennifer's loved ones no longer have that. We don't even have the comfort of knowing where she is. Where is she, Michelle? Michelle helped take Jennifer's life at the young age of 50, and she deserves to live out the maximum sentence behind bars. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to hear next from Constantine. Constantine was Jennifer's son, and he was 10 years old when his mother was murdered.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
The actions of Michelle Troconis on May 24th, 2019 drastically impacted my life. All this began back in 2016 when I first met Michelle TROCONIS. I remember that my dad developed a new poisonous personality while she was around. Michelle's careless behavior led to their affair, cheating on a wonderful mother who had done nothing wrong. A family living on the opposite side of the country. Michelle was the absolute last thing my family needed. Throughout the divorce, when we had visitation with my dad, the court ordered that Michelle was not to be present. However, she insisted that we did see her. She insisted on making our family normal. She put pressure on my dad to get the divorce over. She made it clear to my dad that they had to do something. She conspired to commit murder. She conspired to commit tampering with physical evidence. She tampered with physical evidence. She hindered prosecution. She has shown no remorse. She has not cooperated. She attempted to frame Pavel, an innocent and kind man. My mother was a caring mother of 5 children, a loyal friend and sister, a lovely daughter. My mom always had a dream to be grandmother, forgetting the names of our many children. She will not have that. Taking away a nurturing mother at such a young age is not something you, the court, can take lightly. I can't go home to my mom and talk to her about my school day. I can't listen in on any of her stories. I can't crawl into her bed late at night. I can't learn things from her, like when she taught me how to tie my shoelace the proper way. She was my favorite person in the world, my role model. She is still somewhere in my heart. However, I will never be the same person as I was in Connecticut. All this loss is because of Michelle TROCONIS. I think she should serve the maximum sentence possible. In the end, however, your decision and my statement are not about me or Michelle. This is about serving justice for my mother, Jennifer Dulos. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, I'd ask the court to hear from Caroline Buckley. Caroline is a longtime friend of Jennifer and caregiver now to the children as well.
Judge Randolph, thank you for the opportunity to address the court. Jennifer was my friend for 12 years before her murder. Our children are the same age and went to the same school together until she was forced to leave Farmington in 2017. We celebrated births and birthdays together, school concerts and sports days. I miss her every day. In 2017, when Jennifer found out about Michelle TROCONIS, such was her fear of FOTUS that she planned her escape. She hid her belongings at my house before she fled. She left a community of friends that loved her. She left a school that her children loved and that the defendant subsequently enrolled her daughter in. Throughout the following months, Jennifer was shocked at the behavior of Michelle TROCONIS. Jennifer, honest to her core, was horrified at Michelle's belief that rules did not apply to her. We witnessed this behavior throughout the trial. As a result of Michelle TROCONIS' lies, FOTUS Dulos was not initially arrested. Living in Farmington meant that my family were located in close proximity to the defendant. Every day, we lived in fear. We searched for answers and looked for clues for Jennifer. Places that had warm memories of friendship and fun childhoods became the stuff of nightmares. On a practical level, in May 2019, it became clear that Jennifer's house belongings in New Canaan needed to be tended to. Documents relating to her children within days of her murder needed to be retrieved from that house. So 7 days later, I went into that house. I remember the 5 fish swimming in their bowls, the kitchen with balloons left over from a celebration scattered about the fingerprint dust and bloodstains. Going into that garage where my lovely friend met the end of her existence is something that will haunt me for the rest of my life. It was devastating to witness the evidence of suffering and unimaginable fear and pain Jennifer endured in her final moments. Michelle TROCONIS' actions on May 24th and beyond have had heart-crushing implications for her children, Petros, Theodore, Christian, Constantine, and Noelle. Throughout our friendship, we talked about hopes and dreams for our children. Every day since their mother's murder, I have watched these dreams take shape, but they are a little duller without her bright light, and they will always be that way because of the actions and very clear inaction of Michelle Troconis. Since May 24th, 2019, I've thought about Jennifer every day. I would be going through my normal day and inevitably be stopped in my tracks by the reminder that this happened to all of us. My husband, my children, my siblings, my mom. While I am grateful for the family we have created, the reality that this murder has taken place shocks me every day to my core, and I still find it hard to fathom that Jennifer is gone. I am left to navigate a world forever changed by the cruelty of the defendant's actions. The brutality of Jennifer's death haunts me, leaving me with questions that will never be answered and wounds that will never fully heal. I miss my friend deeply. Her generosity of spirit, her optimism in human nature, her firm belief in her children, and her fierce enthusiasm for life. Our life will never be the same. Michelle, you know what your actions have affected families, not just in Connecticut, not just in the USA, but across the world. Your decision in 2016 when you met Fotis was yours alone. You could have walked away, you chose not to. You chose to get involved with a married father of 5. You chose to move to Connecticut. Know that we see you. We saw you then, and we see you now for what you are. There is no doubt in my mind that you should spend the rest of your life in jail for your actions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ask the court next to hear from Noelle. Noelle was 8. She was 8 years old the day her mother was murdered.
Your Honor, Michelle Troconis and her actions have affected my life in many ways. I've now lost the 2 people I've loved most in this world. My mom will now never get to see me or my siblings grow up, something I had known she had always wanted. I'm now growing up without my mother. This is something no child should ever have to do. Her life was cut short, and Michelle was a contributor. Finding closure is impossible, considering Michelle never gave any information about where my mother is and what actually happened on May 24th, 2019. Because of that day, I constantly feel like something worse is bound to happen to the people I love, and it could be my last moments with them at any minute. I remember seeing these stories on the news and thinking they were just simply crazy stories and it would never happen to my family or me. But because it did, I feel scared that it will happen again and again to everyone I love most. Most of all, I feel betrayed by Michelle. I vividly remember her on ski trips when I was scared to sleep at night, or her picking me off my bunk bed because I was scared to go down on my own. And I remember trusting her. I don't understand how she could be so selfish, and it scares me to put my trust in other people now because of Michelle Troconis. She's made my family and me suffer. Because of this, I believe she should serve the consequences of her actions, and I believe she should receive the maximum sentence. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I would ask the court to hear from Carrie Luft. Carrie is a longtime friend of Jennifer. She's also a caregiver to the children and the Farber family spokesperson.
After the court hears from Ms. Luft, we will take a morning recess.
And Ms. Luft will conclude the speakers, Your Honor. The state would go into their remarks after the recess.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
There's more to writing than just recording the facts. There's what's called fiction, art. Some people can turn their memories, the images that haunt them, into transcendence, freedom almost. The purging, it creates a lightness, a light almost. Jennifer Farber Dulos wrote those lines in a play in 1996. She was a gifted and singularly perceptive writer and my dearest friend for almost 30 years. She was the maid of honor at my wedding, and 12 years later, she stood with me at my husband's wake. After his death, she was my emergency contact. We talked to and wrote to each other about everything under the sun and supported each other artistically, intellectually, emotionally, unconditionally. When Jennifer redid her will in late March of 2017, she asked me to be her healthcare proxy. She trusted me, as she put it, to know when to shut it down. The scenarios I reluctantly considered at the time: a terrible accident, a terminal disease, do not even come close to the depraved, meticulously planned, brutal murder of Jennifer in her own garage, the desecration and disappearance of her body, the discarding of her bloody clothing in garbage bags destined for a landfill. Those images, everything I witnessed at the defendant's trial, all the missing pieces of evidence and actions in between that we have to imagine, swim in my mind every day. Beginning on May 24th, 2019, as you have heard, and continuing seamlessly for 5 years, a group of us, Jennifer's close friends, have supported Gloria Farber in the raising of Jennifer's 5 children. We have all overhauled our lives, our relationships, our careers to create a safe, trusted, loving home life for them. I cannot imagine doing anything else. I hope that gives a sense of the strength of Jennifer's love and friendship. I tried to live out her values in my relationships with each of them, especially those of empathy, kindness, love of literature and humor, and respect for their individuality. I feel a duty to keep her memory and spirit alive for her children, not only by relating stories, but through sharing books, films, plays, music, and experiences that spoke to her so that she can continue to reach them. On that first weekend that Jennifer was missing, I also became the media spokesperson for our group of family and friends. I am not a public relations professional. I am a writer, and I was impelled to use my skills to represent our friend, to be an insightful, trustworthy voice for her family and loved ones amid the increasing media interest. Jennifer was a deeply private person. The extensive media coverage, the digging into her life and the lives of her family members, the proliferation of her photos online would have horrified her. I feel compromised each time I issue a statement or participate in an interview, yet I'm committed to being a voice for Jennifer and to protecting her family's privacy. In so doing, I have become a public figure. All of us are now characters in a public true crime narrative, which is an unsettling and bizarre experience. I acknowledge that I have voluntarily assumed the role of spokesperson, but it takes a heavy toll. Every time I am asked what it felt like when, I am re-traumatized. I must also hold back a large body of information. During the defendant's trial, it was distressing to realize that most of my communications with Jennifer would be regarded as hearsay in a criminal court. Jennifer began to express overt fears for her physical safety in the spring of 2017, after Fotis Dulos announced his plans for the defendant to move to Farmington. His behavior changed to become more physically aggressive and defiant toward Jennifer after he became involved with the defendant. She showed up to tour Renbrook School in early April 2017, the school attended by Jennifer's children, a couple of weeks after Jennifer had learned of the affair. In April 2018, she defied family court orders by touring New Canaan Country School, then attended by Jennifer's children. This was not proactive legwork on behalf of her child. These were acts of aggression toward Jennifer. Because this information would not be admissible as evidence, I was not able to stand up for Jennifer to relay her experiences and voice her fears that the defendant was trying to replace her. On May 24th, 2019, the defendant collaborated on the plan to kill Jennifer by transporting, unlocking, and operating her partner's phone while he murdered Jennifer in New Canaan. Then she actively participated in the destruction of evidence, which delayed the murder arrests until January 2020. That delay enabled the introduction of a degrading line of argument and speculation put forth by Fotis Dulos' defense counsel that Jennifer had voluntarily disappeared, abandoning her children. This was slander, suggesting that Jennifer was not only alive, but also deceitful, cunning, and unspeakably callous. The theory was picked up widely in the media, and I had to defend a murder victim in the press, the most conscientious person I have ever known, who was unfailingly devoted to her children and loved them beyond compare. The defendant repeated the theory that Jennifer had run away multiple times in her interviews with the investigators. That was not a coincidence. During the period from June 2019 to January 2020, we, Jennifer's loved ones, were not permitted to acknowledge that she was deceased. As our spokesperson, I had to publicly sustain the fiction that she might be found alive, which was deeply dishonest and felt disrespectful of what Jennifer had endured. We held a memorial for her in secret, tightly managed, fearful that the media would find out and report that the family believed Jennifer was dead. The defendant's refusal to provide any information, even speculative, as to what was done with Jennifer's body is a sustained act of cruelty. We are unable to bury Jennifer or to mourn her properly. I lie awake at night, recreating in my mind the log of actions and locations on May 24th and the days surrounding it, trying to piece together where Jennifer is. For the defendant, Jennifer's murder was not enough. She has continued to disparage and degrade Jennifer over the 5 years following. From her interviews with the investigators in the summer of 2019 to her actions in criminal court in 2024, she has repeatedly insisted that Jennifer was sick. On February 15th, 2024, during the criminal trial proceedings in this very courtroom, I witnessed the defendant displaying on her laptop in very large type, with the intent that it be readable from a distance, a sealed family court document that was stricken from the record. Earlier that same afternoon, I heard the defendant state aloud in English while walking out during a recess for everyone within earshot to hear, "She was sick," followed by a psychiatric diagnosis. Even at her own trial, at which she did not take the stand, the defendant was using underhanded, provocative methods to espouse Dulos' defense theory. Her continued insistence that Jennifer was sick indicates the following to me. After that discredited document had failed to get them what they wanted in family court, which was custody of the children, the defendant and her partner were still depending on it for their defense, to support the notion that Jennifer had run away. These actions by the defendant occurred weeks after Jennifer's blood-saturated shirt, her brassiere dyed maroon with her own blood, both garments cut down the front, were presented as evidence. I urge you to apply the maximum sentencing to the defendant. She wanted to erase and replace Jennifer Farber Dulos, and she very nearly succeeded. She believes that the rules do not apply to her, whether the protocol of a courtroom or regard for human life. It is she who is deceitful, cunning, and unspeakably callous. When she conspired to murder Jennifer, she gave no thought to the 5 children, young people she knew well and professed to love, who would be torn from their mother and she from them forever. In a play Jennifer wrote more than 30 years ago, a character says to herself, "I have this dream that keeps me going. I go downstairs, and there she is, in a bassinet under the shelves. I reach in, pick her up. She is heavy as I lift her. She opens her eyes. They're brown, like mine, like hers." Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Perhaps now would be a good time for a break, Your Honor.
We are going to take a morning recess. What the court will indicate is that you should heed the direction of Chief Suda as to how to leave the court. We'll stand in a recess.
Well, those are some of the most poignant, well-written, well-spoken victim impact statements that I've ever heard. What say you, my friends? Court's on a break right now. I don't know how long their break is going to be, but let's go to the chat for questions. Danielle says the absolute most powerful impact statements I have ever witnessed. What struck me is that so many of these women, we didn't hear from any adult men. We heard from mostly adult women, were terrified that Fotis and Michelle were going to kidnap the children, that they were followed everywhere by armed security guards. Horrifying, just horrifying. Michelle, hi, Princess Mish, one of my amazing moderators, 50 years is the maximum. And we do not know if the judge will sentence her to concurrent or consecutive sentences, but all of the children asked that she be given the maximum. The children's statements were heartbreaking. And prayers up for the family of Jennifer Rebecca, her mom called her. It's easy to see what wonderful children she raised. And it's hard to believe that this was 5 years ago. So sad. Mystique, thanks so much for the super chat. Says, yay, my 2 favorite YouTubers in one place this morning. Thanks. Duty Ron was here earlier. He is at his office, so he had to do some work. And so he is no longer here, but I'm here with you through the rest of this. Thanks, Jen, for becoming a new member. Old Line Red says, I don't think I've ever heard a more articulate group of impact statements. This is remarkable. I agree. Christina says, Michelle truly thought she could step into Jennifer's life. She took her husband, her home, tried to take her children too. She is no innocent. She will never even come close. So many of the friends and family that got up to speak said the same thing. Kim says, Michelle hooked up with the wrong man and he offed himself, leaving her to take the blame. She should have come forward. These poor children. It takes a village, right? It takes a village. And there seems to be a village of women helping to raise these 5 children now, taking them on college visits. So many of the friends said, Jennifer should be here to do this. Jennifer should be here to be taking her kids on college visits. This shouldn't be me. This should be her. Heartbreaking. Caldonia, yes, one of the sons did say this, said, I think that Michelle should be sentenced to 50 years, 10 years for each child who lost his or her mother. Sam I Am says, my best friend was murdered by the bedroom basher back in 1979. We were hooked to the hips. It's 2024, and I still cry for my friend. I'm so sorry that that happened to you. I'm so sorry. Nobody should ever lose a friend that way. Hi, Amy. Thanks for being a member for 6 months. I don't know why you were timed out. I am going to assume that it was a mistake. I think it was cleared up in the chat. I did see some stuff flying by. Hi, Olivia. It says the nanny, Lauren Almeida, her whole life's course is forever changed. She said she put her own plans to have children on hold so that she could continue to raise the 5 Dulos children. So sad. Martha says, Jennifer has an amazing group of women. What a blessing those children have. We should all be so lucky to have friends like that, huh? I learned through one of the witness statements or the victim impact statements that Jennifer was a graduate of Brown University. Beautiful and smart. Nancy, unfortunately, I lived in the town where Michelle is housed with water view of Long Island Sound. In New Canaan, where she lived? New Canaan is beautiful. And her body's never been found. One of the victim impact statements, one of the women told us that they had to hold a memorial service in secret because they didn't want the media to get wind of the fact that the family thought she was dead and to put that out there in the media. Heartbreaking. Chrissy says she's the ultimate display of selfish. She will never tell anything. She will continue to deny everything. If they read letters on her behalf, I won't be listening. They did submit, I think they said something like 63 letters on her behalf on a disc that they gave to the judge at the beginning of the hearing. Maybe he's going to read them to himself over the break to take them into consideration, but 63 letters on behalf of a defendant is quite a lot. I don't know if they're going to be reading them or not. Jenny says, I don't think I'm going to be able to sit through Michelle's letters. Her family was so disrespectful throughout the trial. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to read them. Does anybody know? Hi, Mozzie, 66. Good afternoon to you. In cases like this, I truly believe no body found. The defendant should get life without parole or the DP. Thank you, Judy. Melanie, you're doing a great job covering this sad, tragic death. I have 5 kids as well, so this is a hard one. This is tragic. I believe Michelle's family is in the gallery. Be more if I'm wrong about that. You guys can correct me. Yeah, Jadzia says 63 letters. What a narcissist. I mean, just listening to the children talk about how Michelle and her daughter moved into their house and how the father told them to lie to their mother about Michelle being there. And, at 8 years old, being forced to lie to your mom because you don't want your dad to get in trouble, and the trauma that these children are going to live with this trauma for the rest of their lives. There's no question about that. And to hear how this young girl, who I think was 8 at the time, had to move her bedroom so that Michelle and her daughter could take over her bedroom. Breaks my heart. Jessica says, yes, Michelle's family is sitting there right behind her. Debbie said, yeah, she was waving at her dad earlier as court began. Duty Ron pointed that out to us. KPIC, I had 218 letters on my behalf during sentencing and only one victim impact, which was the then girlfriend of the man's life I took for groping my sister, and he was 47. The girlfriend was 19. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Hi, Cam. No, the court usually summarizes what they gather from the letters and incorporates it right before sentencing, usually as a prequel. It depends on the state. So I don't know, Cam, unless you know specifically about Connecticut, you could be right. And hopefully they will not read all the letters because that would take clearly the rest of the day. I think if the people show up and they want to read the letters, the court will allow it. But maybe if they're not there, they won't. Be Kind Tiger says, and took her child's bedroom for her own daughter. Yeah, and then enrolled her daughter in the same school as Jennifer's children. Did I get that right? Cheryl says, I don't even have 63 friends. Irene says, psychological warfare is what TROCONIS did, in my opinion. Michelina doesn't even want 63 friends. Everyone, please hit the like button while we're here, please. That would really help the YouTube algorithm and helps the channel, and I would so appreciate that. RVA says, watching how this judge handles his courtroom, I feel sorry for Karen Reed. I think that's a typo, and you meant Karen Reed. And, you know, when we get sucked into a trial and we're used to a certain judge, to go back and watch the way other judges control their courtroom with a quiet strength and dignity, you notice the difference in judicial temperament. I mean, that is something that I agree with you about. Every judge is different. And this judge has control over his courtroom, but in a gentle, quiet manner. Somebody said earlier, doesn't he remind you of Morgan Freeman? And he kind of does. Christy says, I've been sobbing throughout this. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Nancy. She's in East Lyme, Connecticut prison with an easy life there. Wow. Christy, a painter's daughter, says, I feel for how that will affect the kids the most. Yeah. It seems like, I'm not sure, but it seems like maybe the children are split up. Does anybody know if the children are all living in the same place together? I know that the nanny is still with the children. I know that the grandmother who spoke first, Jennifer's mom, has at least 2 of the children, I think. And there must be at least one set of twins in there because 2 of the children were 10 at the time that Jennifer went missing. But it really struck me how the mom and some of the girlfriends talked about how they lived in constant fear of kidnapping. So sad. Jessica says she literally wanted to take Jennifer's life, and she did. And for what? POTUS, was it worth it? Now Michelle's daughter doesn't have her mom, and that's her own fault. 2 sets of twins. Wow. 2 sets of twins, says Be Kind Tiger. That is, moms of twins are special. I will say that. Having 2 sets of twins, that is extra special. 2 sets of twins and a final 5th baby. Some are over 18 now. Yes, I think there's a set of twins who are just 18. They were 13 at the time. Thank you, Black Rose, one of my amazing moderators. The kids were taken in by their grandmother, Jennifer's mother, Gloria Farber, who lived in New York City at the time. Ms. Farber was granted custody of all 5 children, which included 2 sets of twins. One of the friends said something about Brooklyn, so I'm not sure if they live in Brooklyn now. But I imagine that it's the 18-year-olds that are going on college visits right now. And crazy. Yes, it is a new mic. My old mic bit the dust. And so here we are with a new mic. Thanks for noticing. Hopefully it sounds good. 2 sets of twins. Sandra says they're all together in New York thanks to the help of the nanny and Jennifer's friends. Gretchen says, I mean, it seems like the husband had a mental breakdown and really lost control over himself. And then he decided to, succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning instead of facing the consequences of his actions. And in every sense, left Michelle Troconis holding the bag. Not that she's not guilty of conspiring and tampering with evidence and the other things that she's been convicted of. But, you know, in cases like this, where the real perpetrator who committed the actual murder is no longer around, there's a tendency for a jury and a prosecutor to blame someone, the person who's left. And I'm sure that we all wish that it was Fotis sitting in that chair. And the whole thing is just heartbreaking. Eight months after Fotis was charged with murder in connection with Jennifer's disappearance is when he took his own life before the investigation could continue. And here's a timeline of events that I can read to you before court comes back from their break. We're a little bit behind, so it shouldn't be too much longer. Jennifer Dulos was reported missing by her friends at around 7 p.m. on May 24th of 2019. Her friends told New Canaan police that they had not heard from Jennifer for around 10 hours that day, and she had missed several appointments. The last time Jennifer reportedly had any contact with anyone was when she dropped her children off at school earlier that day. Police said that after the initial report, investigators went to Jennifer's New Canaan home to check in on her. Officers did not find her. Short time later, the Suburban she drove was found on Lapham Road near Waveney Park in New Canaan. The discovery launched the investigation. Her disappearance began with a silver alert after K-9 units from surrounding agencies were not able to find her. The silver alert was also a criminal investigation after police discovered blood inside the Suburban. In a short amount of time after the report of her disappearance, court records emerged detailing a tense custody battle with her estranged husband, Fotis Dulos. In 2017, she told the court she was afraid of her husband. She said, "I know he will retaliate by trying to harm me in some way." I'm going to break from the document for a second to just say, how often do we see this? How often do we see this where women in court repeat over and over and over again that they believe that something's going to happen to them? It's not taken seriously enough. A restraining order is a piece of paper, and unfortunately, it's often too late by the time the wife, or in some cases, the husband or the spouse, is taken seriously. It's too late. Fotis was the owner of the construction company Four Group, which built luxury homes in the area. On June 2nd, Fotis and his girlfriend at the time, Michelle Troconis, were arrested and charged with tampering or fabricating physical evidence and hampering an investigation. Both were held on a $500,000 bond at the time. The arrest came after investigators descended onto two Framingham locations connected to Fotis, including a property at 80 Mountain Springs Road. The Four Group, Fotis's company, was renovating the home. 2 miles away, investigators searched Fotis's Farmington home on Jefferson Crossing. According to the arrest warrant, there were several bloodstains found on the garage floor in Jennifer's home. The warrant also stated the blood was found in Fotis's garage when officials looked as well. The warrant had said that Fotis's phone had pinged him traveling back and forth between two properties he owns in Farmington throughout the day on May 24th. Around 7 p.m. that day, records showed that Fotis and Troconis had traveled to Albany Avenue in Hartford. The investigation soon led to the Mira trash plant, or MIRA trash plant in Hartford, as police reviewing video footage from Albany Avenue believed Fotis and Troconis were dumping evidence into trash cans along the road. Investigators had already searched storm drains and dumpsters the previous week, but had found nothing. On June 11th, Fotis was released on bond. And now the court is back.
Manning.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Your Honor, I can't express the pain that Jennifer Dulos' family and friends go through and are reminded of every day. We have only heard from Jennifer's family, friends, and children for a few moments today, but you can see the impact of having someone like Jennifer as their mother has had on them. They are strong, they are intelligent, and they are kind. Jennifer's friends coming together to dedicate their lives to helping these children grow and continue Jennifer's memory. This shows how amazing Jennifer Dulos truly was to inspire such loyalty and such friendship. She can never be forgotten or replaced, even though the defendant, Michelle TROCONIS, tried. And she tried in the most evil and heinous way by agreeing to commit murder. I mean, think about that. You agree, you have a conversation, you talk about it, and you agree. You plan to kill somebody, to take a life. The hatred the defendant must have had for Jennifer Dulos to willingly conspire to commit murder. Remember the words conveyed by a witness during the trial as to how the defendant even referred to Jennifer Dulos as a bitch who should be buried next to a dog. These children in 2019, the children Your Honor heard from today, Petros, remember, was 13. Theodore was 13. Constantine was 10. Christian was 10. And Noelle was 8. She was 8 years old when the defendant conspired with Fotis Dulos to kill their mother. And some of the things Your Honor heard from the family are proven to be true. The defendant knew these children for years before 2019. She professed to care for them. I think about Noelle's story about trusting the defendant. And at the same time that she professed to care for these children, she made the conscious decision with Fotis Dulos to take their mother's life. Knowing you are going to inflict unimaginable pain, suffering, and loss on 5 small children, and still making that decision, still deciding to commit murder, then covering it up and destroying evidence, it's resulted in so much pain that is still to this day, and with no closure in sight. Because Jennifer's family still doesn't know the location of Jennifer's body. And make no mistake, we will never stop looking. Jennifer's murder was so premeditated, so planned. Everything was planned out, from answering the phone, acting as an alibi, to assisting with the disposal of Jennifer's bloodied shirt and bra, along with the other items used in the crime, in the garbage on the streets of Hartford. The defendant willingly agreed to answer the alibi call, to walk around and carry Fotis's phone that morning, and to participate in the cleanup at 80 Mountain Spring Road and light the fires. And days later, she willingly agreed to continue this cover-up by writing a false alibi script, and at Russell Speeders by assisting in further destruction of evidence in the vehicle that was used in the homicide. And all those lies she perpetuated with the police, she did those acts on her own, just like she willingly agreed to murder Jennifer Dulos. It's the motive, Your Honor, the facts of the case that came out during the trial, the contempt the defendant has shown, and the cruelty that she has imposed on so many people, which mandates a substantial amount of incarceration. The motive, the reason the defendant agreed with Fotis Dulos that Jennifer needed to die was clearly brought out in the trial. The defendant wanted her dead. It is only with Jennifer's death would all the court hearings and custody hearings stop. Remember the defendant's own words that she endured 2 years of torture. It's been like a nightmare. Then she would finally be able to live in a beautiful home in Farmington. Fotis Dulos would have all the children in his home. Michelle TROCONIS would finally get everything she wanted. She could replace Jennifer. But in order for that to happen, Jennifer had to die. William Shakespeare wrote, "There is no sure foundation set on blood, no certain life achieved by others' death." That quotation rings so true here because the defendant thought she could build her life on Jennifer's death. The defendant wanted so badly to replace Jennifer that in April 2017, before Jennifer had even moved out of the family house, that's when she toured the school that the Dulos children were attending. And when Jennifer moved to New Canaan, the defendant again toured the school, New Canaan Country School, where the children were attended, even when she still resided in Farmington, miles away. She moved into the house at 4 Jefferson Crossing, a house Fotis and Jennifer built together, paid for by Jennifer's family. She worked at 4 Group, a business financed by Jennifer's father. And she immersed herself in the homeowners association in the neighborhood, trying to replace Jennifer and the Dulos children. Even when she wasn't supposed to be near them during visits, she was. The children were given the impossible and cruel task of lying to their mother. The defendant's cold-heartedness, her selfishness, it absolutely has no bounds. But it didn't work. She wasn't able to replace Jennifer. Jennifer fought back in court dates and hearings. She fought to protect her children. And that envy and jealousy that was so in Michelle Troconis's heart, it turned to hatred and blame. And that is when this agreement to happen. The defendant did more than just agree to commit this act, though. She assisted in it. She assisted in acting as an alibi, in covering up the murder, making these 5 children wonder day in, day out, what happened to their mother. In the beginning, hoping their mother would come home. All the while, the defendant knew she was never coming home. The motive of these charges, Your Honor, that she has been convicted of is clear. It is heinous, callous, and it warrants substantial incarceration. Now, a jury of her peers have found Michelle Troconis guilty of each and every count. I'm not going to go over the 6 weeks of trial. Your Honor heard the testimony, you sat through all the defendant's interviews, her multiple lies, her misdirection, and her manipulation. Your Honor described it at an earlier hearing as 8 hours of inconsistencies on material issues and a cascade of circumstantial evidence. For sentencing today, I want to highlight some specific things that came out in the jury trial that showed the manipulation and pervasive cruelty of the defendant. And I want to be clear on one thing. We're not here to sentence Fotis Dulos. The defendant is faced with 45 years. Fotis Dulos clearly would be before the court, in the state's opinion, facing a lot more time. The state is basing its recommendation on the defendant's own actions, her agreement to commit this heinous act, and the defendant's lack of remorse and her lack of acceptance of responsibility. The actions in 2019 of a 44-year-old professional, educated woman with hate in her heart and a capacity to conspire to kill. The cascade of evidence, as Your Honor called it, some of the facts. The defendant manipulated Fotis's phone to act as an alibi as he murdered Jennifer Dulos, all to ensure she answered the call, the alibi call. The alibi call that was on Fotis's script as if it was he that answered that call. The defendant participated in the back and forth at 80 Mountain Spring Road and 4 Jefferson Crossing, and later discarded evidence on the Hartford city streets in garbage cans. The 3 separate fires at 4 Jefferson Crossing on Memorial Day weekend when the defendant was home. And the disposal of the bags of evidence in Hartford, tampering with evidence. You know, that sounds so simple, that word, tampering. We hear it all the time in criminal court, tampering. When, if you look at the facts of this case, it's so much more cruel than that. Because what did she tamper with? Blood-stained gloves, a bloody poncho, bloody towel, altered license plate in the sewer, a blood-soaked bra, sliced down the middle, blood-soaked shirt, sliced down the front, and the zip ties, the bloody zip ties that were found with them. What was done to Jennifer that zip ties were needed? Only those who agreed to commit the act may know. We won't ever know. Days later, when the police were looking for Jennifer, the defendant was writing an alibi script. And on May 29th, 2019, she and Fotis Dulos took the Tacoma to the car wash at Russell Speeders in order to destroy any evidence contained within it. And looking at the garage at 69 Wells Lane at Jennifer's home, a home she had just returned to from dropping off her children, what could Jennifer have been experiencing in the final moments of her life? We get to ask that. What did she experience? Sheer terror and desperation come to mind. And of course, as a loving and devoted mother, her children. I think about what Jennifer must have felt and thought as she was dying. All the blood indicating a brutal murder. If she was zip tied alive with the bloody zip ties, we don't know. We don't know exactly what Jennifer felt, went through, or was thinking. But we do know what the defendant thought. Because the very next day, the defendant got her hair done. She laughed and she smiled with her hairdresser. And later, joking at the pond with her friends, this was in her interview. She joked about if she can have sex with Fotis while in jail. Jokes. We know what the defendant thought. All the while, 5 children are home, scared and suffering. I spoke about the motive, Your Honor, the hatred that caused the defendant to commit this crime, and the egregious and awful facts. The defendant has never accepted responsibility for her actions. I'm also cognizant of today's date. Today is May 31st, 2024. It was 5 years ago today, on May 31st, 2019, that Detective Butin with the Connecticut State Police seized the defendant's phone and began the execution of a search warrant on Fort Jefferson Crossing. On May 31st, 2019, it was the first day the defendant became aware that the police were closing in on her too. And she had a choice that day to cooperate, to tell the truth, to accept responsibility, and she made a conscious decision not to do so. Instead, she perpetuated a lie after lie after lie. And here we are 5 years later. All there have been are lies. Multiple lies, misdirection, and manipulation of law enforcement. There is no Fotis Dulos over her shoulder manipulating her. She played her role to the fullest on her own. In her 3 interviews to the police, she tried to portray the facade of the dumb girlfriend. I believe those were her words. This from a professional woman with all these degrees and accomplishments that the defense presents, numerous letters from people who have interacted with her, supported her. The dichotomy presented shows not only the lies and the facade she played in these interviews with law enforcement, but also that she can clearly play a role that is expected of her. Now, I don't stand here and minimize community support. It is such an important and treasured thing, as Your Honor can see from the Farber family community that has come together. And the letters, the numerous letters written to the court about the defendant. What's interesting to me that I found after reading them, and I did read them, is they all essentially say the same thing. And none of these people, from her family to the people she was at the cookie sale with, people she water skied with, her daughter's friends, these are just a few of the people that she wrote letters on behalf of the defendant. None of these people ever stood in the way of something she wanted. That was only Jennifer. Jennifer Dulos is the only person that ever stood in Michelle Troconis's way. And look what happened to Jennifer. The motive, facts, and the defendant's true feelings. She has not shown remorse. All she has shown is contempt. The lies show a complete contempt for the criminal justice system, for law enforcement, for the law, for Jennifer and her loved ones. And what's interesting about the lies is how pervasive and planned they are. How they're actually about important things to the case. She knew exactly what she was saying. Her contempt for law enforcement was clear. Her contempt for the trial was clear. She's actually charged with contempt of court for her actions in the courtroom during the trial. Displaying the custody report on her laptop angled toward the camera in violation of the court's order. This is the true Michelle Troconis. And just by nature, a guilty verdict for hindering prosecution. Hindering prosecution is the epitome of contempt for the criminal justice system. All these things mandate a substantial period of incarceration. But I want to talk about one last thing before I end my remarks. And that is the cruelty she has shown Jennifer's family. From the first interview with the police, she attempted to perpetuate this false narrative, this lie that Jennifer was sick, the lie that Jennifer would abandon her children and run away. Again, from the very beginning, the first interview, June 2nd, an attempted manipulation that continued throughout the trial. The defendant knew full well that Jennifer had not run away. In fact, the defendant not only conspired to murder Jennifer Dulos, she then assisted in the disposal of her bloody clothing, and then attempted to manipulate law enforcement by coldly implying that Jennifer just probably ran away. The cruelty to do this, to imply to 5 children that their mother would abandon them, knowing she was already dead. It amazes me that someone could make that evil decision to murder someone, then disparage the deceased victim over and over again for years, making things worse for those sadly left behind. The hatred, anger, and jealousy towards Jennifer Dulos, she will never let her rest. This is cruelty. The state respectfully requests the court sentence the defendant to a maximum period of incarceration. I listened to the family this morning, and hearing their pain, I don't think I could stand here and ask for anything less. She gave Jennifer a death sentence, so we are asking the court to give the defendant a life sentence, 45 years. The defendant, over the course of months and years, has never let Jennifer Dulos rest. Hopefully, with this sentence, the court does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Attorney Schoenhorn.
That's a great prosecutor. Concise.
Thank you, Your
to the
Honor.
point, easy to understand.
I'm not going to quote from the 64 letters that have been presented to the court. I assume Your Honor had an opportunity to read them.
Yes.
And unlike the state, for my purposes, I provided those to the state days ago so they could read them. I was not given the same privilege with regard to the statements until moments before we started today. I'm not going to address them. I believe that they were heartfelt, the statements that were made, and I'm certainly not going to address any of those statements. I do, however, before I ask for certain comments to be made by family and friends, just want to note that there are, as I counted, approximately 44 people present in support here of my client, Michelle Troconis. They come from Florida, Connecticut, other states, from Europe, and 9 who came in from Latin America. There are a few that are going to be presented who couldn't fly in. So they made statements that I'm going to present to the court, brief statements by their video presentation comments to the court. But I do want to correct a false narrative that I believe the state has suggested, and which is sort of suggested by the pre-sentence report, and that is either that Michelle Troconis was the responsible for the breakup of the marriage to Jennifer Dulos with Fotis, or that she wanted to replace Jennifer Dulos and become the parent of these children. Nothing would be further from the truth. And just I'll indicate, as part of the information, the discovery that was provided, we have all of these text messages from Fotis Dulos's phone going back for years. And in those messages are all the text messages between Michelle Troconis going back to 2016, where she's expressing hesitation. You want me to move up there, but how is Jennifer going to look at this? Is this really something I should do? And Fotis Dulos repeatedly is saying she is fine, that is, his wife is fine with that. They've moved on. Their marriage has been broken up amicably. And yes, everything will be fine if you come up here with your daughter. We'll get you enrolled in the school. The children will be friends, et cetera, et cetera. So any suggestion that this was caused by Michelle Troconis is not a true picture. She also, I would also note that Fotis Dulos personally told, and it's not relevant for the trial, but personally told Michelle's family and mutual friends that it was an amicable divorce and that Michelle was coming up here and that his wife was fine with that. So I just want to indicate that because there's been a suggestion that somehow Michelle was responsible for the breakup of this fine marriage, which is simply untrue, and simply the opposite is the evidence that was not presented at trial, but is presented through the discovery material. The second thing that was just suggested by the state is that somehow Michelle Troconis wanted to, quote, replace, unquote, Jennifer Dulos. Keep in mind that it was Jennifer Dulos who surreptitiously moved down to New Canaan before Michelle Troconis moved up here, when she found out that Fotis told her that he was in love with Michelle and he was going to have her come up here. He may have told his lawyer that he had this grandiose idea that would be great if his wife lived in the same house with Michelle and their kids could all be living in one happy house. But that was Fotis Dulos's fantasy, not Michelle Troconis. At no time did she present that, or did she even suggest that that was something that she wanted. I just note that the state did keep out, the court rather, did keep out, and the state objected to a lot of the divorce material coming in, but I've read through every divorce pleading and those transcripts that were not sealed by the divorce court. And I indicate that Michelle Troconis had no involvement in any of the things that were going on in the divorce proceeding. She only knew what Fotis told her, what Fotis's lawyers told her. And that was borne out by the testimony of the attorneys. But I want the court to be aware that any suggestion that there was some kind of scheme to replace Jennifer Dulos by Michelle and that she wanted to somehow be the cause of a split up of a marriage is not borne out by any facts. That's just pure speculation. I also want to point out that despite what I heard today, Michelle didn't just speculate about what might have happened to Jennifer Dulos. She personally went out with the police in hot, muggy weather, going through the woods, showing the police places where they traveled, where they went through with motorcycles, trying to help them. She drew maps and gave them were places where that she knew that Fotis Dulos had gone, properties that he owned, places that he went, in order to assist with that kind of searches. So to the extent that there has been a suggestion that she didn't even try to help discover the location, or the suggestion that she has any clue as to what happened to Jennifer Dulos, the evidence I would submit points to the opposite. That is what happened to her ultimately, right? I'm not here to try and convince the court to overturn the verdict. I made my motion. The court rejected that, and it will just be its preserved issue. Maybe another court will have a second look at it, but I understand Your Honor's position, so I'm certainly not going to argue that. I did, however, want the court at least to have a clear picture as to what some of these peripheral issues are that have been suggested by the pre-sentence report. I also am struck by the fact that Fotis Dulos' name almost didn't come up at all. This was, to a large extent, discussion about Fotis Dulos' involvement and what he did, the actions he took. And I will note that any reference by Michelle Troconis to the Dr. Herman report during those video interviews, and again, the court ruled that that couldn't come in, but to the extent it was discussed, it was what Fotis chose to tell her about that. She wasn't stating, I believe that Jennifer Dulos had mental health issues. She's saying, that's what FOTUS told me was going on. At no point during the 5 years or 4 years and a half that I was involved in this case, and I would say even my predecessor, did we, and that is Michelle Troconis's defense team, ever suggest that Jennifer Dulos ran away. Again, that's FOTUS Dulos's lawyer who made that suggestion. That's what the press ran with, and that was then made into some kind of a Lifetime event movie. That was not Michelle Troconis who did that. So before I go into anything else that I want to say, there are a number of people that I want to have speak to the court. And I'm going to begin with Michelle Troconis's pastor, Pastor Christopher Solomon. So I'm going to ask him to come up at this time. And maybe if you can come to the podium, and I'll just note that people should identify themselves and where they're from.
What the court will indicate is that there's no need to approach the podium.
Okay.
All of the speakers can speak from council table.
Fine. I'll just make sure the microphone is pulled over. All right.
Good almost afternoon. We're on the edge there. I am the Reverend Christopher Solomini, and I appreciate this opportunity to share with you my statement regarding Michelle Troconis. I've served as the senior minister of Avon Congregational Church for over 5 years, since 2019, when Michelle and her family literally knocked on the door. The members of our church have been their sanctuary and their spiritual faith family. My years of study at Yale University with a Master of Divinity have been augmented by clinical pastoral education. This is a rigorous process of chaplaincy along with personal psychological studies and backgrounds. Prior to ordination in the United Church of Christ, I served on the governing board of the Haddam-Killingworth Youth and Family Services. While working at Regional School District 17 and years before that in Florida, I served as a guardian ad litem, providing my assessments to the court from interviews with families, doctors, psychologists, and children in order to recommend custody placement for the Department of Children and Families. Seeking spiritual support and faith-filled fellowship, even though English was not her first language, Michelle participated regularly in both worship services and activities of mission and fellowship. When her parents and sisters visited Connecticut, they too participated. I wish the world could know the Michelle I know, one not defined in media bites, scribal gloss, and an agenda-driven caricature. Almost immediately, Michelle volunteered on a weekly basis to help with some ministry, regularly cooking large meals for a Hartford soup kitchen, preparing for our monthly Farmington Valley First Friday dinners, even helping convert and paint an old space at our church for a new ministry. Michelle's disposition is exceptional as a helper, and one who cheerfully and tirelessly worked beside church members, young and old. Over the course of months, with her involvement with mission work, attending Bible studies, and helping in any way she could, Michelle became a beloved and important member of our faith family. She often shared stories of how in her youth, she assisted her father, a physician, in third world locales in South America, where he performed heart surgery on infants. Michelle also spoke of helping feed the homeless and destitute in Caracas. Her heart is big for all of God's created, especially for children and those afflicted with disability. Empathy and compassion are at the center of her being, in my estimation.
Oh, sorry.
She often attended my weekly coffee with the pastor at a local coffee shop. Any number of church members, depending on their schedules, could pop in and out. I watched carefully as Michelle tenderly cared for aging members facing scary health diagnoses.
Okay, is it just me, or is he making her seem like a high school student who's looking for community service hours to graduate? Wow. She's just full of empathy and compassion.
I watched her grieve with and hold close church members whose beloved family died. Michelle was always especially affirming and loving to young children and genuinely affectionate to all. The relationship between a pastor and a parishioner in crisis is a sacred one, with authenticity and truth-telling the hallmarks of trust building. In the inner sanctum of my pastoral visits with Michelle, I've heard everything she feels and thinks, her feelings about all involved, her deep sorrow and grief. I've heard her prayers for Jennifer and her children and all her anxieties related to this harrowing ordeal. I watched her react with grace despite the constant media attacks from a public who doesn't know her. I have dined often with Michelle and her family, listening to life stories, learning about their Venezuelan culture, witnessing their lament, grief, and abject despair over this tragedy that devastated all their lives. A second career pastor who considers myself nobody's fool, I was pastoral yet didn't trust blindly. In fact, I had nothing to gain and perhaps on many levels, much to lose by offering any pastoral counseling to Michelle or opening the doors of my church to her. Yet today I can honestly say before God and indeed the world, Michelle TROCONIS is a woman of not only substantive character, but with an ethic and kind-heartedness that is almost singular. Michelle always spoke with compassionate candor, dissolving often tearfully with empathy for the Dulos children and Mrs. Farber's loss and suffering. She never played a sympathy card, even though she herself was seemingly losing her own life with the ability to live with her daughter.
Okay. Is anybody else just like need a shower right about now? Are you kidding me? Pastor, Reverend, I'm not sure what you call yourself, but I would imagine your congregation may be dwindling after this. You've broken bread together and her life was over. And wow. I don't think this is gonna play well. It's definitely not playing well with the public and the media.
She never asked for favors or for any financial assistance from the church or from church members. And to my knowledge, she never received any. My life is dedicated to ministering, burying, marrying, teaching, and holding the hands of many as they pass from this world, the real stuff of the world. I'm rooted in God's world and believe in justice that offers the greatest good. I myself and so many in my congregation have and will continue to pray for Jennifer's children, her mother, her sister, and all her family and friends who have been robbed of a future with Jennifer. I also pray the court, seeking God's guidance, will show mercy in today's sentence to mitigate the immense suffering already endured by this tragedy, and see it fit and right in the name of the highest justice and for the good of society to restore Michelle to her daughter and to a productive place in our world community as soon as it is possible. I don't say this lightly and with the full knowledge of all the circumstances at hand. I believe wholeheartedly Michelle to be a person of extraordinary good character and a faith-filled person I would trust with my very own life. Thank you for your service to our community, and may God bless you.
Thank you.
Well, the judge has his blessing, so there's that.
I'm going to call on Dr. Carlos Troconis to speak next, please.
I'm imagining this is her father, yeah?
Judge Kevin Randolph. I am Carlos Troconis, an American-trained pediatric cardiac surgeon, mostly dedicated to altruistic medicine, particularly on underprivileged children with heart disease. With my efforts and the Heart to Heart Foundation, thousands of children's lives has been saved. I am here on behalf of my daughter, Michelle, who, although born in Memphis, Tennessee, grew up in Venezuela, where English is not
our first language. And from now on, I will try to do my best. I am a proud father of 4 daughters and grandfather of 8 American grandchildren. From a young age, Michelle joined me on medical mission to indigent, neglected indigenous areas like the Amazon. She displayed great empathy and compassion with any patient while they heal. I come from a family of 7 siblings. My oldest sister, Laura, was born with an intellectual disability and was educated in a special needs school, co-founded by my father, pioneering special education in Venezuela back in the 60s. Michelle was very close to her aunt, Laura, and this bond, and along with the practice on the medical missions, inspired her to study special education. Michelle also developed a passion for outdoor life and animals, particularly horses. This led her to specialize in equine therapy, assisting children and adults with special needs. Despite the divorce between her mother, Maricela, and me, my daughter's life has remained unaffected by our separation. We handle it with mutual respect and understanding, ensuring that our daughter's upbringing was stable and loving. Michelle's ability to maintain positive relationship and her resilience through personal challenges were shaped by the way her mother and I managed our divorce. The amicable handling of our divorce provided Michelle with a strong foundation and the understanding that even in difficult times, maintaining respect and cooperation is crucial. In 2006, Michelle became a mother. Since then, she has devoted her life to supporting her daughter's dream of becoming an Olympic champion. Through dedication, hard work, discipline, perseverance, and love, my granddaughters achieved her dream, ranking in the top 10 for the United States team at the Winter Youth Olympic Games 2024 in South Korea. Even though Michelle was on trial, her steady support was crucial to her daughter's success. Regardless of the separation from her daughter's father, Michelle ensured that her daughter's life remained stable and loving too. Drained from her own experience with our respectful handling of our divorce, Michelle maintained a nurturing and supportive environment for her daughter. This separation did not affect her upbringing, neither. And both parents continued to prioritize her well-being, focusing on her education and family values. Our family has faced painful difficulties. Michelle's confinement has been overwhelming, especially for her teenager daughter, who needs her mother's guidance and support. These past 5 years has been the hardest of my life. I have left behind everything I love, including my patients, to focus on the legal process and support of my daughter through this heartbreaking process, coping with difficult challenges. My heart goes to the Dulos children who lost both of their parents. As a father, plead with you, Josh Randolph, to show mercy in my daughter's sentence. Given the chance, she could continue to be a valuable member of society, providing care and restorative therapies to children and adults. I hope that these examples of Michelle's compassionate character I have shared will consider in your decision. Respectful, Dr. Carlos Troconis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to call on Michelle's mom right now, Maricela Arias, to speak, please.
Your Honor, Judge Randolph, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Maricela Arriaza, and I am Michelle's mother. I come before you today with a heavy heart filled with deep sadness and much emotion, not only as a mother, but as a clinical psychologist who completed a master's degree in Memphis, Tennessee. Michi, a nickname Michelle's family and close friends call her, she was a twin. Her twin brother sadly died as a baby. Losing a baby, a child, is devastating pain that leaves a hollow mark. You might imagine the extra love and special care her father and I poured upon her. Michi and all our daughters were raised to be respectful and to be hard workers. We knew coming from another country was important. These traits were, and all our girls have made us very proud. Raised also with a strong faith, they are known in their communities for their sweetness and caring love for all. Michelle has been my companion and has always been by my side when I needed her. For example, when I separated from her father at 35 years of age, Michi, then a teenager, saw the additional burden I had to handle and support me in any way she could. She did this by helping with her sister's homework and after school activities, while I continued to work long hours at the clinic to support them. My goal has always been to instill a solid balance of both a diligent work ethic along with family values into all my daughters. And I believe her father and I succeeded in this goal. Motherhood is Michi's everything. This is evident in how she raised her daughter, instilling in her our family values and a love for one another that she learned from her childhood. My granddaughter, now a responsible teenager, an excellent student, is a testament of Michelle's dedication and constant care over these 17 years. For these reasons, the circumstances we all find ourselves in today are very difficult. When Michelle met Fotis Dulos, he presented himself to all of us as a family-oriented man going through an amicable divorce. He convinced all of us of his good intentions. Knowing how a friendly separation can be as witnessed by me and her father, Michelle believed Fotis and had no reason to doubt him. However, we were all deceived by Fotis. At this trial, revealed a man vastly different from whom we thought we had met. Had I known the danger Michi was in, I would have immediately removed my daughter and granddaughter from his presence when I arrived in Connecticut on May 30th, 2019. My heart breaks for the Dulos children and all who suffer from this loss. My thoughts and prayers are with them every single day. Your Honor, today I stand before you, enduring the hardship of misplaced trust in a man who betrayed many. This story sadly ended in ways that left us broken and devastated. I am here to plead for your understanding and mercy for my daughter Michelle, who would never, never knowingly put her child or anyone at risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to call on Eleanor Howard, please. Come forward.
A lot of humble brags in there.
As I speak in support of my friend Michelle, my name is Sandra Lytle, and I've known Michelle for 4.5 years. I first met her in the worst chapter of her life had begun. She had moved out of the home where she was living and moved into a temporary situation within walking distance of our church.
Great. So she's only been her friend since after Jennifer Dulos's murder. Great. This is going to be a very interesting statement.
She immediately began to pitch in various volunteer situations. She became a regular at cooking once a month as we prepared a meal to serve 120 people in a Hartford shelter. She also became a regular at cooking once a month for our community dinner. I now manage the church's thrift shop. 3 years ago, it was just simply an idea, and Michelle showed up and cleaned and painted the space for the shop. She attended regular Sunday morning worship services, and whenever her family was in town, they would accompany her and participate in whatever activity Michelle was involved in. Over the following weeks, months, and years, I got to know Michelle. I observed her as she met fellow parishioners, some who have various needs. Each and every time, she would work on a way to offer help and support. I witnessed her on several occasions when she could draw on her past experiences or on her deep faith to offer hope and encouragement to others. She is a trusting, intelligent, kind-hearted woman, full of compassion and generous with both her time and talents. Michelle is a positive contributor to her community, and above all, she is a loving mother who is trying to protect her daughter from the horror that has entered their lives. The seriousness of the charges against Michelle caused me to pause for breath, but not for a moment do I falter in my support of Michelle. While recognizing the evil, manipulative man that was Fotis Dulos and the tragedy that has befallen Jennifer, her children, her parents, and her friends, I pray they may find strength, peace, and comfort on their unspeakably painful journey. I also pray that over time, Michelle can be recognized as yet another one of Fotis's many victims. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration of my experience with the Michelle that I know when you determine her sentence. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call on Elizabeth Van Loon, please.
Thanks, Jinxie. Let's just rewind that and see Michelle's father. Before which speaker? Hold on, 1219. Before this speaker? Or before the mom? We'll have to go back and look for it later, but thanks for your super chats, Jinxie.
As it has been portrayed, and I believe the Michelle 40, known Michelle speak. My name is Elizabeth Van Loon. I have been invited here today to speak on behalf of my friend, Michelle TROCONIS. I have known Michelle and her family since 2019. Michelle has been attending my church, where I've been a member for almost 40 years. And over the past 5 years, this is the Michelle I have come to know and deeply respect. And I believe her true character is not as it has been portrayed in the news media. Dedicated mother. Michelle is a deeply loving and dedicated mother. Her daughter, as you have heard, is a competitive downhill ski racer at the international level and trains in both North and South America. Michelle has described to me how she spends hours each day online going over school lessons with her daughter so she can continue her education while training. Michelle is the mother who can inspire a competitive child, remaining emotionally close when they are physically distant. Loving. Michelle's love encompasses all of her family. Her parents and sisters attend my church whenever they are in Connecticut. One holiday, and I do believe it was Christmas, the entire family came to worship. Parents, sisters, brothers-in-laws, nephews, and her daughter. The family, when dispersed, is in constant contact via text and Facebook, so they can share the pictures, joys, and sorrows of their daily lives. Michelle maintains an excellent relationship with her ex-husband in Argentina and was delighted when he remarried and had a son with his new wife. Michelle
delighted.
shared with me joyfully a picture of her daughter with her new baby brother. Compassionate. Michelle's love extends to all who are in need, both human and animal. While in Connecticut, Michelle volunteered for horses who've been abused and now live on a rescue farm. She came to church regularly to bake cookies for the local police department and other first responders.
Okay, rescue horses and baking cookies for the first responders has entered the chat. Wow. Okay. Well, I'm sure the judge is going to change his mind completely now.
And as you have heard, she's helped to cook delicious meals, which our church delivers to the soup kitchen, Loaves and Fishes in Hartford.
A lot of soup kitchen work
And
too.
closest to my heart, Michelle is a model for caring. She has shown me how to love and care for a family that is geographically dispersed. My daughter serves overseas with the...
Just want to point out that she geographically dispersed one of Fotis's daughters so that her daughter could move into that girl's bedroom. So, wow.
United States military, and her family is stationed with her. I have 4 young grandchildren, and I'm able to visit with them infrequently. Michelle is always asking about my family, particularly my grandchildren, and I'm always happy to share their pictures with her. Michelle inspires me to know that love does not fade with long distance, and that parents, children, and grandchildren can remain close when they are apart. And I am deeply grateful for having Michelle in my life and providing this example. Faithful. I see that Michelle embodies the Christian spirit. As Jesus commanded, she loves God and her neighbors with a tender and open arms. And I do pray
Christian spirit doesn't condone adultery, though, does it? Just saying.
that God's love embraces the family of Jennifer, particularly her children, as they must navigate their lives without her. And I ask you, as the sentencing judge, to show compassion and mercy to Michelle TROCONIS. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
I'd like to
wow.
call on Michelle's sister, Daniela, to speak, please.
All right. Did you guys say that this was the crazy
Daniela
sister?
TROCONIS.
Your Honor, Kevin, my name is Daniela and I'm Michelle's sister. We're only 2 years apart, which has made our relationship very close since childhood. Michi isn't just my sister. She's my best friend, my big sister, my role model. The maid of honor at my wedding 20 years ago, and a significant inspiration in my life. Her character shines through a devoted mother, a caring daughter, a loving sister, the godmother of my son, and the most dedicated aunt to my children. Michi's remarkable courage and selflessness were vividly displayed during a trip to the Amazon in Venezuela. While with a group of friends, I found myself trapped by rapidly rising waters in a river. Michi quickly organized our friends into a human chain, and her calmness and quick thinking saved me from being swept away by the current into a dangerous waterfall. It was her strong arms that pulled me to safety, a testament to her instincts to protect me and save me that day. Michi has always been my biggest supporter. When I started my own business back in 2013, she helped me transform my dream into a reality. She worked day and night without asking for anything in return. All she wanted was to help my business grow. She passionately guided me and coached me on how to launch my idea. I am blessed to have her by my side. Despite her legal challenges over the past 5 years, she remains there for me, offering me advice for me, my children, when needed. Michi's unwavering dedication to helping those in need has inspired me. Michi has always dedicated herself to impacting many lives positively, even during these difficult times. She prioritized her daughter's education and athletic training. Also, she was very involved in community service, such as preparing meals for the poor at the Avon Church in Connecticut and suggesting to me to donate shoe covers to hospitals during COVID's shortage. This reflects her compassion and generosity. My sister and my role model is cherished by all who know her. I sympathize with the Dulos children are going through. I feel immense sadness because I met the children when we spent Christmas together in 2017. My own kids are the same ages as the eldest twins, and it breaks my heart to think of their loss. I treasure the memories of that beautiful Christmas we shared together. The trial has taught all of us that Fotis Dulos, the man we met and thought was a good man and worthy of my sister, was not what he portrayed to us. We all feel lied to. We all feel betrayed. Your Honor, I implore you to have mercy. Michi's life mission has always been to dedicate to service to others. The Michi I know could never harm or assist in harming another human being. I am begging you to consider Michelle's many positive contributions to the community and her family throughout her life. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. Rescue
I'd like to
horses, soup
call on
kitchens,
Eleanor Howard, please.
and she saved her sister from a river. Please, just let her go.
Hello, Judge Randolph. My name is Eleanor Howard. First, I offer to the family and friends of Jennifer Dulos my deepest condolences. I'm here to say how I know Michelle TROCONIS. We've been friends since September 2019, when I met her in church. I was never concerned about being with her. I did wonder if others might be, but I was taught in church to welcome all, no matter where they were on their life's journey. Michelle is one of the kindest women I know. She always asked, how was I doing? She helped me this year by sending me a thoughtful list of places to see in South America. She gave me confidence to travel there. At her home, she showed hospitality to my husband and I over dinner. Her unfailing warmth in greeting me brought me happiness. She introduced me to her family and friends who are now my friends. Michelle always found ways to help at church. She helped videotape an outdoor worship service, the first one after COVID lockdown in June 2020. It took kindness to want to help during COVID, even outdoors and socially distanced. She attended church coffees, a drop-in gathering of friends, and she brightened the meetings with her interest in everyone. It was always better when she was there. On a Valentine's Day, Michelle gave everyone in church a box she'd made filled with chocolates. She had mugs made with our church logo. It was extraordinary to me. Coming to church to give to us, I just thought it would have been the other way around. And all she asked of being in church was to worship and pray. At the church's crowded social hours following Sunday services, Michelle was friendly. It may be scary for anyone, any newcomer to join in, but Michelle never hesitated. She was comfortable with all of us getting to know her. I visited a horse rescue organization where she volunteered to take care of horses. It's hard for me sometimes to go to new places, but I knew if Michelle was there, it would be okay. I saw her help her daughter with homework, connecting online. She's a loving and gentle mother. She told me that when she was about 10 years old, she went with her father, the physician, to a remote Amazon region to help people. She described it as a perfectly normal thing to do, but I was amazed by her generosity in caring for people in need. And I will close with this. During a Bible study group 5 years ago, it was hard for Michelle to fully understand English. In a big group with everyone talking, this weakness was not evident. But in that small Bible study, discussion focused on each of us in turn, and we were each put on the spot. She didn't understand some of the questions put to her in English, and her responses in English were not always smooth. I know Michelle has been found guilty, but to me, she's a friend and a trusted and valued community participant. She made positive differences in my life. She showed me things a generous person could be, who a valued member of my community is, and how easy it is to share kindness. She never gave me a reason to doubt her sincerity. I feel the Michelle I know is the real Michelle. And I ask that you please show mercy. Thank you.
Thank you.
All new friends.
Herbert Smith, please, to speak.
Church. I've only known her after the murder, so that's interesting. There's
The
44
opportunity to speak.
There's 44 people in the room there to support her, according to her attorney. So maybe he should have put up some people who knew her longer or lifelong friends.
I'd like to call on Herbert Smith, please, to speak.
Your Honor, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of my sister-in-law, Michelle Troconis. My name is Herbert King, and I'm here to share my personal experiences with Michelle and to ask for your compassion and leniency in her sentencing. Michelle is an extraordinary person who has a significant positive impact on my life and the lives of many others I know. She welcomed me into her family with open arms, becoming the sister that I never had. Michelle's support and acceptance were vital to my relationship with her sister Daniela, my wife. We admire Michelle's core values of love, compassion, and caring for others so much that we named her the godmother of one of our children. Michelle has shown to me what it truly means to be a parent and to provide unconditional love to a child. She put her own dreams on hold to support and care for her daughter, embodying selflessness in every sense of the word. She taught me the importance of putting one's personal life on hold to meet those needs of others. Michelle's free spirit, her creativity, her openness, and inclusiveness of others are qualities that I deeply admire. She has taught me that true fulfillment comes from sharing and giving to others, not from material possessions. I look up to her, I admire her, and I'm incredibly thankful to have her in my life. Anyone who knows Michelle, as I do, would consider themselves blessed. Throughout this ordeal, Michelle has maintained her dignity and humility. Despite being under intense public scrutiny and facing numerous challenges, she has continued to contribute positively to the community through her volunteer work and supporting her church. Her strength and resiliency are truly admirable. Michelle is selfless. She's always putting others first. She loves life and she enjoys sharing her life experience with others. She instills humility, and she has taught my sons the real happiness comes from hard work and giving opportunities to others. She helps us get through the hardest of days with just a simple smile, and she serves as a role model to many in our family. Her ability to give to so much to others is just extraordinary. Your Honor, as a family, we place our hope in the court and respectfully request mercy and your judgment. The Michelle that I know is not the type of person who would harm anyone or conspire to do so. She always gives back. She never takes, and she makes a positive impact wherever she goes. Your Honor, I humbly ask you to consider the profound impact that she's had on her family, on me, and in the community, and that you show compassion during her sentence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe you don't know the real Michelle. I'm just saying.
Hold on, Wendy Isco. She stepped out, so.
She split. She's like, I'm out
And
of
in
here.
that case, I would ask that
Seems like it, Luna Zuni.
cut. Oh, here she is. I'm sorry. Mrs. Isco.
Good afternoon, Judge Randolph. My name is Wendy Iskov. I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to share with you today some of the personal experiences with the defendant, Michelle TROCONIS. I realize the court has found her guilty of the tragic crime set before her, and I'm here with the hope that I might shed some light on the character and personality of Michelle, with the intent of revealing to you what I know of her as a compassionate woman, mother, and friend. In 2019, she attended our church for a period of 5 to 6 months when she was under house arrest and required to stay within the limits of the community. While at the church, I participated with her in several.
She came to church when she was on house arrest so she could get out of the house. Okay? Does anybody understand that? That's why she was baking you cookies.
Several volunteer service ministries there, of which you've heard of today. For example, preparing food for the homeless population in Hartford. As well, together, we created cards for housebound and hospitalized members of the church. She was always willing and eager to lend her time and talent to these volunteer activities. We knew we could count on her whenever and wherever she was needed.
Yeah,
Perhaps
she needed to
the
dispose of a
greatest
body.
offering of herself came in the form of her offer to coach my daughter for free in an equine therapy setting. Michelle and I talked of her own experiences working with children and adults in these types of programs and the improvement they brought to the quality of their lives. We were actively in the process of trying to find a horse facility where this might happen on a regular basis at that time. However, regrettably, we were unable to find that within our community. Had she had the opportunity to work with my daughter would have greatly benefited from being under Michelle's kind and gentle tutelage, as well as being the recipient of her skillful knowledge of horses and equine therapy. Every interaction I had with Michelle revealed her to be an intelligent, authentically caring and compassionate person and mother who talked lovingly of her own daughter and family, one who cared deeply for all the children of God. It is my hope that you will take into consideration when sentencing her with who this nonviolent, caring woman is and how she has displayed such personal courage, integrity, and calm as she endures this verdict upon her life. Indeed, we are all aware that no one should ever have to suffer the horrific loss that Jennifer Farber's family and friends has had to endure these past 5 years. It is with sincere respect for their painful journeys that I pray for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Call on Michelle's sister, Maricela.
Is this the crazy sister, you guys?
You taking the time to hear my stories about who Michi is to me.
Okay, Michi.
Your Honor, Judge Randolph, I appreciate you taking the time to hear my stories about who Michi is to me and what she represents in my life. I am the third of 4 siblings. Our parents got divorced when I was 7, but they did an outstanding job of preserving a parenting relationship to raise us with unity and solidarity. And here they are, together for us. Growing up, I've always looked up to Michi because she's the kind of person who stands up for those who need help and teaches by doing. Imagine all that my big sister taught me, from reading bedtime stories to playing in the park, riding bicycles and horses, roller skating, water skiing, and making sand castles, to role modeling what a good mother is. Yes, she taught me all the skills I needed to be the mother I am today for my twins by showing how devoted, lovely, and caring she is to my niece, my goddaughter. When I was a kid, if any of us, or even when my school friends were having a tough time, Michi was there, wiping our tears and making sure we did not feel alone, but loved and protected. By doing this, I learned how important it is to care for others and to build strength and resilience in life. She has always stood up for me and my sisters. I tried to do the same for my youngest sister. This is how we pass our hearts to one another in my family. One of my fondest memories is when Michelle learned and mastered her driving. She would take us to school, turning those rides into lessons on social awareness and kindness. Our school was across town, requiring us to cross several very poor neighborhoods. She colored those rides by describing to us how the poor were in hunger and in need, so that we thought twice when we did not want to eat our lunch. We would often prepare an extra sandwich to share with less privileged children along the way, instilling in us a lifelong commitment to empathy. Now, because of Michi's influence, my everyday job is to place myself in the shoes of the American consumers to serve and improve their lives. When I was accepted into university with a scholarship, but lacked transportation, Michi gifted me her car. Thanks to her, I was able to pursue my dreams of a higher education. This made a significant difference in my life, and I learned about generosity. My heart has been heavy with sorrow for the last 5 years, and I have lived in deep pain every day. My thoughts and prayers are with everyone affected as we endure this hardship. In these moments of profound loss, the strength and unity of a family become precious. Judge, I beg with all my heart and spirit for your openness to a different view and mercy for Michelle. She has always been there for us. Her genuine heart treats everyone with so much love. She keeps our large family connected, ensuring we stay close to preserve family traditions. She's also an amazing aunt to my twin boys, encouraging their dreams of playing sports professionally with her incredible belief that no challenge is too big to overcome. As you can see, Michi means so much to me and has always been a pillar of light, strength, and hope in my life. She is the heart of our family, and without her, our lives would be profoundly broken. Thank you for your consideration, Judge Randall.
Thank you. Attorney Schoenhorn, what we will do is take a break until 1 o'clock and then resume at 1 o'clock. And please give heed to the marshals.
All rise.
Okay, break until 1. It is currently 12:46. Jinxie said just before this speaker, go back and witness Michelle's father tell the officer in front of him to move out of the way. We were looking for that spot. And then Jinxie came in with another super chat. Thanks, Jinxie. Right after Michelle's mother spoke, her attorney stands to announce the next speaker. Let's see if we can find that spot. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Okay, so this is the mom right here. $31. 31.10. Wait.
For Jennifer's children, her mother, her sister, and all her family and friends who have been robbed of a future.
Misplaced trust in a man who betrayed many. This story
So we're just
sadly
gonna
ended
look.
in ways that left us broken and devastated. I am here to plead for your understanding and mercy for my daughter Michelle, who would never, never knowingly put her child or anyone at risk. Thank you very much.
Okay, so watch Michelle's father with the red
I'd like
tie,
to call on
white hair,
Eleanor Howard, please. Come forward.
telling the court officer to move out of the way. Wow, I don't know. They just, to
Sandra Little, I'm
me,
sorry.
in my opinion only, they seem like a family of narcissists. I mean, I can see where her narcissism comes from. They are very proud of their accomplishments, and they weren't afraid to tell us about all of their accomplishments and humble brags throughout every single witness statement or victim impacts. Well, it was really, those were statements on behalf of the defendant that we had to suffer through for the past, I don't even know how long. And we heard from many, many church friends from 2019, which was after the murder, and a couple of family members. But did you notice there were no friends to get up and speak for Michelle that knew her before the murder of Jennifer Dulos? None. And according to her counsel, there's 44 people in the courtroom to support her from far and wide, including Latin America and Europe. So I don't know. Thanks, Mama Rose, for your super chat. Thank you, Attorney Melanie, Maz, and especially Judy Ron. You are very, very, very welcome. Anthony Lewis, thank you so much for your super chat. Hi, girl. Thanks for your super chat. I'm not sure her parents highlighting how well they raised her is having the effect they want. By the way, glad to catch you live, Melanie. Oh, I'm so glad you were able to catch me live too. This was a last minute idea from last night because Karen Reed's trial won't pick up again until Monday. And then we have a short week next week because there are 2 days off in the Karen Reed trial next week. Oops, I just deleted someone's super chat and I'm super sorry, but I can't find it. I'm so sorry. I will find it later and thank you personally. Lori, Life for the 361, thank you for the $20 super chat. I've lived a checkered life. I've done stuff I'm not proud of, but I've always taken responsibility for my This makes me so mad. Thank you, Lori, so very much. And she's not taking responsibility. I don't think she's going to speak because I imagine that she would have spoken before the break. So we have to wait until 1 o'clock for them to come back. Beckfest, thank you so much for the super chat. Asking seriously, does and can the judge ever cut off these statements for the convicted defendant? Thank you for your coverage. I think they're allowed to have as many people speak on their behalf as they want. That may be violation of their constitutional rights or an appellate issue if they are not permitted. So I do not know the answer, but I would imagine that they want to let everyone speak who wants to speak. It's Connecticut rules. And in Connecticut, they only had 6 people on this jury. So that's interesting to me as well. Thanks, Jinxie, for pointing out what we just looked at. Ashley, thank you so much for your super chat. Only God judges, and one day we will all meet in heaven, but you will pay for the consequences of your actions first. A lot of church people got up and spoke, including the pastor. Debbie Rose, thanks for your super chat. No doubt she's been attending church after the crime. What is in question is her true motivation. The devil disguises himself as an angel of light. Thank you for that. Stacy asks, what's the maximum for these charges? 50 years? Can't remember. The prosecution's asking for 45 years. I think one of the charges was dropped in the beginning, saying that they couldn't find her guilty more than one tampering charge. But I can't quite recall now because it seems like hours ago at this point. So 45 years is what the prosecution is asking for. SC Shan, thank you so much for becoming a member. Appreciate you so very much. Lauren, thank you so much for the Cash App. Appreciate you. And hopefully the judge will enter or proclaim her sentence after the break at 1 o'clock. I'm hoping, because he said they were going to break for lunch at 1:30, depending on how long it goes. So we are hoping to hear her sentence when they come back at 1. That is where we stand. Preppy Chucker's daughter says her conviction will get overturned. So much error in her trial. To be honest with you, I did not watch this trial live, so I can't opine on that. But thank you for your thoughts. Melanie Schuyler, thank you. So we did not have to go too long. The chat over there can be kind of ruthless, right, you guys? I mean, I do have the best mods on YouTube, I will admit. My father was a pastor, says Sharon. Abusive too. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Mozzie, thank you for putting this in the chat earlier. My worst fear when my son went missing in 2015 under suspicious circumstances that his body would never be found. I woke up sobbing the night he went missing. 4 agonizing days wait before his body was found. My heart breaks for you, Mozzie. Breaks for you. No mom should ever lose a child, especially not in such a way. And I saw that the chat was showing you some love and compassion and all the healing vibes and 1,000 hugs for you, Mozzie. So sorry. T. Cancella says, prosecutor stood in the shoes of Jennifer, speaking for her like an author and advocating for the murdered mother. Very powerful that it was an eloquent female prosecutor. Yes. And you see what a difference an eloquent prosecutor can make, male or female. If you're watching the Karen Reed trial with me, we are fumbling through 18 days of trial with a prosecutor who cannot ask a question properly. What, if any, who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance? And then the witness will answer, oh, it was Tony. And then he'll say, so Tony was driving the ambulance? And it's doubling the length of the trial because the prosecutor repeats the answer in another question. It's maddening. It is absolutely maddening. Smurfana says Lally does not equal eloquent in any state of the word. Yeah, it's crazy. It's a ruse. Did anyone see where they were using a blower at the crime scene? It was where the guy was blowing the snow, or were you dreaming this? No, you weren't dreaming it. That's in the Karen Reed trial. They used a leaf blower to blow away the top layers of snow to look for evidence. It wasn't even a police issued leaf blower. It was, Sergeant Good's leaf blower. Goody just got in his car, hopped back to his house, got his leaf blower, no big whoop, brought it out to the crime scene and let Lieutenant Gallagher blow around the snow to find evidence. You did not dream that. That really happened, but that's in Canton, Massachusetts. Kelly says, who, if anyone, doesn't fall asleep while listening to Lally? And yes, the judge tries to hurry the defense, but Lally can ask as many questions as he wants. Oh, and red Solo cups. Yes, they collected blood evidence at the scene in red Solo cups that they borrowed from the across the street, but not quite across the street neighbor, who happens to be the deputy chief of the Canton Police Department, gave them some Solo cups. They collected blood evidence in that, and then they put the 6 Solo cups without lids on them into a Stop and Shop bag. That is real. That is real. So if you have not been following the Karen Reed trial, come on over. We'll start back up with live coverage on Monday morning at 8:30 because it's insane. Oh, stop, Melanie. Says, did you know Lally was president of the Friendship Club in high school? That cannot be real. Is that really real? Dilly Dally Lally. That's a good one. I call him Lally Flop. And then I sang a little song. Lally Flop, ooh, lally, 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 lally flop. Bum, bum, bum. Mozzie says, thank you, chat, for your kindness. Appreciate you all. We try and do that here. We try and be kind. We don't tolerate bullying, victim shaming, victim blaming, any disparaging remarks about witnesses. You can talk about their testimony and their demeanor, but not their looks. We don't do that here. I don't use the cursey words just because I have a lot of viewers who prefer to watch true crime without headphones with their kids in the room or at work. And therefore, I respect that. Thank you, Larry Longcat, who says he's thanking me for all that I do. Your insight is amazing. I learned so much. Listen, this community would be nothing without you guys. I see you. I see you out there in the comments supporting each other and in the chat supporting each other and boosting each other up and showing each other empathy and sympathy. I see it. It's you guys. It's all you guys. So much coping going on here, says Be Kind Tiger. And Miss Gary had the Lollipop song in her head yesterday. It's like an earworm, right? You just can't get it out. You just can't get it out. Sam, I can hear nothing about Lollipop. Hello, Jeff Litweiler. Hello. Back to Michelle Troconis. Big Red's mama said Michelle had her tryst in 2006 with her boss at the time, Gaston Begu. I don't know how to pronounce that. The baby daddy to her daughter. The daughter spends time in Argentina with her dad. She wants for nothing. Oh, Karina Bowman says she's so glad I'm covering this today. Thank you. There's some other stuff that I just didn't want to cover and I needed to stay busy today. So I'm glad that we are here covering this together. NJ Robin, hello, New Jersey. Great live on LTL Media. I enjoyed it with the reporter. Thank you. Yes, that was last night. Thanks, Kelly, as well. Loved you and Jess Machado on it. Last night, we did a show together, Jess Machado and I, who's a local reporter in or around Canton. And we were on LTL True Crime with Brian, who's a great guy. And we had, I thought, a really nice discussion for about an hour. So go check that out if you're interested in Karen Reed. And Martha always calls it motion and lemonade. We did that during Karen Reed pretrial motions when the closed captions called the motions and lemonade, and it kind of stuck. Aaron Carter, how come she wasn't allowed to do a reveal where the body is for less of a sentence? I think she probably was offered that and did not jump on it. Some people in the chat are opining that maybe she really doesn't know where the body is. I don't know. I mean, she did help after the fact to conceal evidence and conspire. But do we know? Hello, Donna. Everyone has read the victim impact statements in court. And we are waiting for the court to come back at 1 p.m. Eastern, which is about 1 minute from now. And hopefully the judge will impose the sentence. Judge Randolph out of Stamford, Connecticut. Oh, thanks, Larry Longcat. Love that you were wearing your Rangers jersey last night. Yeah, that was not a great game. That was a bad loss for the Rangers last night at Madison Square Garden, which was a little heartbreaking. But hey, we've got another game on Saturday. So unfortunately, we'll be in Florida for that one. But keeping the faith, we want the cup. We want the cup. We want the cup. And that's why I always schedule my lives around the hockey games. Playoff hockey is very, very important to me. Sam I am says, I love when Melanie says, keep it classy. It makes me want to be classy with my comments. Thanks for keeping me on a good track. We try. At least for a couple hours a day, Sam, right? A couple of hours a day. Panthers are a tough team this year, Smurf Anna, but I am keeping the faith. I'm keeping the faith because the Rangers, we have a young team, but they're scrappy. They're scrappy. And there's, oh, here they come. They're coming back.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Catalina Gutierrez to speak now, please.
Oh, no more speakers? I thought we were done. Congratulations, Celtics fans.
Good afternoon, Judge Randolph. My name is Catalina Gutierrez, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to stand before this court in support of my friend Michelle. I met Michelle over 20 years ago while we were both living in Buenos Aires, Argentina. We had an instant connection, but it's easy to connect with Michi. She is an open and curious soul who can relate to people on a very intimate level by giving you her undivided attention 100% of the time. Through the years, she has become one of my closest and dearest friends. We became our chosen family when our families were far away. With all the ups and downs of life, you can count on Michi to hear you out, offer help, or a hug if needed. You can always count on her for an unfiltered opinion, have sincere advice, or simply be your best cheerleader. With her on your side, you feel anything is possible. Michi has a way of making you feel special. I most admire how Michelle has embraced motherhood. She is a devoted mother to Nicole, and her dedication is inspiring. Nicole is her main priority, and Michi always has her daughter's best interest at heart. Michi has encouraged Nicole to follow her passions from a very young age. When Nicole showed interest in competitive skiing, her mother was right by her side to organize and coordinate her equipment, her training, her races, and her schooling. She would take Nicole wherever she needed to be, whether it be in the United States, Argentina, or Europe. I would often call her and ask her, "What mountain are you on today?" She has been there for her always, proudly watching Nicole flourish to the best of her abilities. They have a very close relationship and a bond that is beautiful to see. They are always together and love sharing their experiences. Knowing how important they are to each other, I pray that they will not be separated. When Michel and Gaston, Nicole's father, separated because of Michelle's insistence on a clear and honest communication, they navigated the challenges of co-parenting across countries and continents in what seemed like a seamless and harmonious way. She ensures that they remain a unified team to provide their daughter with the best possible well-being, sharing holidays, birthdays, vacations, even after they had separated. I have spent many vacations with them and my children while they were together and after they had grown apart. Gaston and Michelle have a strong camaraderie and understand that their daughter is their most important priority, while respecting each other's life choices. Michelle is a beautiful person who is a loyal, generous, and loving friend. Anybody with anything but respect, kindness, and a smile. Michi is a woman who says what she thinks and does what she says. It is extremely refreshing to meet people like her who are unique and authentic and not afraid to show it. I am honored to call her my friend and grateful for having her in my life. Michi is a special person who has inspired me to change my perspectives, live outside of the box, and most of all, enjoy the moment. I strongly believe that her story, her true story, has not been told. And I pray she will have the opportunity to do so one day, and that her caring nature and positive impact on others are not overlooked. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mindful of the time, Your Honor, there are several people that had wanted to attend that were unable to, that we're going to speak. So what I did is have those individuals record statements, and I'm just going to, they're all brief, but I'm going to just note the names of the individual. May I be seated while I do that?
Are they, do
First
they make
person
TikTok
is,
videos?
Maria Cersasimo. No.
No volume, AV squad guy. No volume. Now we're gonna watch some TikTok videos of her friends. Couldn't make it.
My name is Maria Cersasimo. I live in Miami Beach, and I am a mother of two daughters, ages 17 and 14. Nicole went to Casa dei Bambini Montessori School in Miami Beach with my oldest daughter, Luna, and that is how Michi and I became close friends. The girls were in the same class up until Michi and Nicole moved to Connecticut at the end of 2017. Michelle always had a friendly attitude, and we connected right away, sharing years of birthday celebrations, art classes after school, ice skating classes, school plays, and many, many play dates. Getting to know her better through these meetings, it quickly became clear that Michi's main focus and priority in life was her daughter, Nicole. Michi would and does prioritize Nicole's education, well-being, and needs before anything else. She has always been the supermom, not only due to her devotion towards children, but in the sense that she was always considered the cool mom amongst the kids because of her ability to connect with them and her love for sports. Michi always organized.
Hey, well, yeah, these are all on behalf of the defendant, Michelle Troconis. Now they're offering some TikTok videos for on behalf of Michelle Troconis' friends who couldn't make it. This is going to go on seemingly endlessly.
The best playdates, full of fun activities. Her love for children was always palpable. And I knew that dropping my daughters off at Michi's house meant a pickup full of smiles and stories of how much they had enjoyed themselves while being there. I met Gaston, Nicole's father, many times, and it was admirable how well Michi and him got along while being separated. Both of them committed to Nicole and supporting her athletic career as a professional skier, as a united family amidst their separation. I comprehend the seriousness of the situation and stand in full awareness in support of Michelle Troconis. I respectfully request that you please take this letter into consideration when making your sentencing decision.
Yeah, Carla, yeah. Catch up a little bit.
The next is from Gaston Begwe, who is the father of their child.
Luckily, there's only 6.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Terry Randolph. I am Gaston Beguet, Michelle's partner and father of our daughter Nicole. I wanted to provide insight into the character of Michelle Troconis in relation to her upcoming sentencing. I met Michelle in 2003, and since 2004, we shared 8 years of our life together. Her passion for life, her love for people, and work travel were part of the things that I like about her. After spending time together, we decided to bring Nicole, our daughter, into the world as a symbol of our love. Since our separation, we maintain a healthy and a very good relationship because of the love that remains between us for our daughter, and because we understand that this is the way to relate. Michelle is a great mother, always looking after our daughter, helping her with schoolwork, cultural education, as well as sport.
This kind of reminds me of Michael Marcy's hostage video. Like someone's off camera, like he's reading a teleprompter. Yeah, and somebody's got like a weapon off camera. I can't understand what he's saying either. It's very mumbled.
Because it's also very important for us. For Michelle, her family is very important and always come first. Of Venezuelan origin, Michelle is the oldest of 4 sisters. Her parents, 2 professionals, forming their daughters under the value of the honesty, work, and joy. They are a very united family. I am deeply aware of the seriousness of the situation, and I implore mercy from you to carefully consider my testimony as you make your sentencing decision. Thank you for taking your time and consider my perspective. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ed, for looking up the
The
population
next person
of
is
Venezuela.
from Lisa Anderson.
And today, on the 6th of May, 2024, I address you with a heavy heart. Before I proceed to read the character reference letter for Michelle Troconis, I wish to extend our deepest condolences to the Farber family and all those affected by the tragic loss of Jennifer. Now I will present the character reference from both my husband and myself. Dear Judge Randolph, we are writing to offer our heartfelt support and provide a character reference for Michelle Troconis. We have had the privilege of knowing Michelle for 8 years through our involvement in Ski Club Vail, where our daughters trained together. In that time, we have come to deeply admire her generous nature and strong moral character. Michelle is not only a dedicated mother to her daughter, Nicole, an exemplary representative of the United States alpine skiing, but also a cherished friend and a pillar of support within our community. Despite the challenging circumstances she has faced, Michelle has remained steadfast in her commitment to her daughter and our community. Throughout the years, we have witnessed Michelle's kindness, compassion, and positive influence extend beyond her own family. She has always been there for other child athletes and parents. On many occasions, she was the first to reach out and congratulate our daughter on a win, or give her a comforting hug after a bad run or injury. She'd bring sandwiches for all the kids to events and congratulate everyone at the finish line. Her selflessness and generosity are what she is known for in our community. Even during her trial and incarceration, Michelle continues to be a supportive mother to Nicole. It's a testament to her dedication as a parent that Nicole has achieved remarkable success, including representing the United States in this year's World Junior Olympics in South Korea, all while her mother faces legal challenges. As we are sure you are aware, English is not Michelle's first language, and we can remember times where clarification was needed throughout our conversations together. Despite any language barriers, Michelle's warmth and sincerity are evident to all who know her well. In light of Michelle's exemplary character and dedication to her family, specifically her daughter, we respectfully request that Your Honor take these aspects into account. We have always seen Michelle as a person of integrity and kindness. It is our sincere hope that her generous nature and positive impact on those around her are not overlooked. We believe from the bottom of our hearts that sadly, Michelle's true story has been left untold. We hope beyond words that she will someday get this opportunity. Thank you for considering our perspective. If you require any further information or clarification, please don't hesitate to contact us. Sincerely, Lisa and Sam Anderson.
The next comments would be from Andrew King.
Good morning. Incan, I'm 16 years old. Michelle is my godmother, but I see her as my second mom. And I'm thankful for her being my mom's closest sister because that allows me to see her the most. She's always been my hero because she's brave and has the biggest heart that she's able to share with everyone. She knows how to make us laugh no matter the situation, and that's why I love her the most. We've had so many fun times and memories together. I would never forget all the ski trips we have done, as they're experiences I could only dream of. Or the dirt bike adventures where there was this one time where I got a burn and she put a Band-Aid on it, and I don't know how I would have ever recovered without that Band-Aid. During these tough legal years, Michi has helped my mom take care of all of us, taken us to school, and supported me in my projects and sports. She's always been there to celebrate my victories in soccer, track, and cross country. Please see how much good she's done for all of us who know and love her when you decide her sentence. Thank you, Your Honor. Andrew King.
Next would be from Dr. Alvaro Ordonez.
Oh, Your Honor, Ordonez, I'm a proud USA citizen and a proud immigrant. There's a reason why I mentioned this, and it has to do with some cultural ways and some cultural customs that people may have between some different countries, and culture is relevant to this case. People here have more boundaries in the way that things are said and done. Boundaries unbelievably matter and make a big difference. Opinion, perceptions are then also processed differently over here. I met Michelle Troconis back in 2014 because of mutual friends. We hit it off right away. I was happily married. I had my little kids. She had her little daughter. All of our friends had kids growing up together. Michelle would visit us in our home in South Miami or in our house in the Florida Keys. We would go fishing and diving together. Michelle is the kind of person that is always available, always friendly, always ready. It is impossible for me to even remotely think that she would engage in any of the kind of behaviors that she has been accused of. She would never hurt or hurt anybody. That is not the sweet and kind Michelle Troconis that I know. And I think I know Michelle Troconis very, very well. I could see Michelle being stressed to a breaking point while being interrogated by the police, but I cannot see Michelle lying about something so important as this case that has been going on. I myself have been stopped in traffic by police, asked by my license, insurance, and registration, and not being able due to stress and intimidation to find it in my wallet right in my hands. It happened last year. Now imagine being asked about a possible murder. I personally would simply faint right on the spot. We have been to family gatherings together, first communions, the birthday of our kids. I visited her in Colorado and in Connecticut. This is a person that is way more friendly than the normal. It's a woman that is always helping, always caring, living her own everyday issues, as we all have, crying her own tears, sweating her own sweat over all the life issues that we all have. This is tragic for everybody. It is tragic for the Dulos children. It is tragic for Mrs. Farber, the mother of Jennifer. It is very tragic for the Troconis family. It's extremely tragic for Michelle and her daughter. So many times I wanted to know I needed someone to cover for an employee in my practice in the front desk, and she would stop whatever she was doing to come and help. She has always been available, and the same way that she has been available for me and my friends, she has been available for anybody in the community that would need help from Michelle. She is as much victim of Fotis Dulos as Jennifer was. It is a very sad situation. Michelle is a good woman. Michelle is a person that was raised with excellent manners, with character, moral integrity, by a loving father, by a loving mother, both committed healthcare professionals with professions of service, with loving, hardworking sisters, with an accomplished daughter who happens to be a ski champion at the national level. She's a woman that has had professional success and fell in love with a handsome, elegant man that was undergoing divorce and basically presented himself as a caring, loving, charming, successful businessman that he wasn't. Any woman could have been Michelle Troconis. Any woman would accompany her partner to do some chores. Any woman.
Any woman could be Karen Reed. Saying any woman could be Michelle Troconis, I don't know. She was led a little bit astray by Fotis. I mean, she helped him after the fact. She's been convicted of that. So, and providing him an alibi and as such, all those things. And then Fotis took the coward's way out and, inhaled some carbon monoxide so he wouldn't have to deal with this and left her holding the bag. So I don't think any woman could be Michelle. So, no, I don't think so.
Would have succumbed to the charm, elegance, and class of Fotis Dulos. Any single woman could be sitting here today as a defendant instead of Michelle.
No.
In my personal opinion, and from what I've seen, she was utilized. She did not destroy or break a family. That relationship, from what I know, was already broken. The situation of Michelle is as tragic as the disappearance.
She helped cover up her murder.
Dulos.
I don't care if their marriage was broken. She helped cover up a murder. Hello? Are you familiar with the case, sir?
I'd like to now play the video from Patricia Salamanca.
Good morning, Judge Frankie, to address the court. Please allow me to express my deepest sympathy for the Farber Dulos family for the loss of Jennifer. I would like to share the long-standing relationship my family has enjoyed with Michelle. One of our most significant experiences involved entrusting Michelle with the care of my son, who was 11 years old at the time and is now 39. He has special needs and was under her care while attending a summer camp in the USA for equine therapy training. We have known Michelle and her family for decades, sharing birthdays, weddings, baptisms, and numerous adventures. These interactions have given us profound insight into her character. Michelle is not only smart and hardworking, but also an extraordinary mother to her daughter, Nicole. Among her admirable qualities and her innate ability to understand and work with children with special needs, Michelle's holds very special place in my heart, as she always will. With deep empathy and understanding for everyone affected by this tragedy, I stand in support of Michelle. I humbly implore you to consider extending mercy during the sentencing process. Thank you, Your Honor.
Hopefully, Kathleen, hopefully. Let's see if we can catch up to real time.
ACHOYAN.
Judge is like,
Hello, Judge Randolph.
I already made up my
name is
mind.
Bruce Kachoyan. Thank you for allowing me to present a brief statement to the court today on behalf of my friend, Michelle Troconis. First, though, I want to reverently acknowledge the life and memory of Jennifer Dulos and the suffering her children and the Farber family continue to endure because of her loss.
She sounds like she's reading a bedtime story to her grandchildren. Come on now.
Theirs is truly a compound tragedy, and my heart sincerely goes out to them. I met Michelle Troconis about 4.5 years ago at Avon Congregational Church, where I've been an active member for several years.
After the murder.
Working closely together on service projects, sharing in study groups, and community life in general, I have come to know Michelle as unassuming and hardworking, pitching in wherever she can without concern for praise or recognition. Michelle bussed tables and did kitchen work for fundraising dinners.
Yeah.
She regularly helped bake thank you treats for employees of local healthcare and service
She fed the homeless,
organizations. And during
rescue
pandemic,
horses.
Michelle often helped our pastor live stream Sunday services, which were so crucial to keeping our community connected and strong. From what I've witnessed these past 4.5 years, helping and caring for others are not about what Michelle does. They speak to who she is. I wish time allowed more examples. Your Honor, Michelle's life is in your hands. I hope my statement and those of others who know and love her will help you see Michelle as worthy of mercy. Please, Judge Randolph, render a sentence within the bounds of your judicial discretion that allows Michelle hope for a future beyond prison, a future that allows for a productive life contributing to the welfare of her community. Thank you for listening, sir.
She's like the church lady from Saturday Night Live.
Paola Della Torre.
No lunch and recess from 1:30 until 2:30.
Yes, and I'm mindful of that, and that's why I played the videos now, so that the few people that are left, there will be enough time, so.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge Randolph. My name is Paola Della Torre. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about Michelle Troconis, one of my closest friends and a cornerstone in my journey as a mother and human being. But first, I want to express my sincere condolences to those children, families, and friends for their unimaginable loss. I met Michelle 11 years ago when our children attended the same Montessori school. We connected right away profoundly And our friendship grew as we navigated the challenges of being a single mother in a foreign country. During the most difficult time of my life, my divorce, Michi was a pillar of wisdom and love. When I was overwhelmed with anger and confusion, it was Michi who taught me the power of acceptance and compassion. Her advice steered me towards reconciliation and peace. And even though I was upset and gave her many opportunities to talk badly about my ex-husband, but she didn't. Instead, with her constant support, encouraged me to have a loving relationship with him. And today I share a harmonious relationship with my ex, and our children
Congratulations.
thrive because of that.
What does that have to do with this case?
Michi exemplifies the spirit of co-parenting with her former partner Gaston. Despite their separation as a couple over 10 years ago, they maintain a beautiful and supportive relationship, focusing on the well-being of their daughter, Nicole. I have personally witnessed them together during family gatherings and trips, and their positive parental friendship serve as a model for me facing the same situation, proving that separation does not preclude a healthy and loving family life. With a clear understanding of the gravity of the situation and in full awareness, I am supporting Michelle TROCONIS, my beloved friend. Is a woman of integrity, deeply committed with nonviolence and to fostering positive relationships. Judge Randolph, as you deliberate on Michelle's sentence, I ask you with all my heart to consider the woman I have described, the Michelle who has deeply touched and bettered my life. Her guidance is not just valuable, but essential for Nicole and for all of us who rely on her wisdom and kindness. It is my sincerest hope that mercy guides you today. Thank you.
Mercy, mercy me.
Unless your next presentation is less than 2 minutes, Senator Schoenholm, we will take
No,
a
Your Honor,
recess.
I think that it would be probably a little longer than that, so I think maybe this would be appropriate.
We will take our lunch and recess until 2:30 and then resume.
All right.
Okay, so court's on a break until 2:30, and maybe lucky for me, I have appointments this afternoon, so I'm not going to be able to come back with you. I mean, I love spending time with you all for 2:30. So good luck if you choose to go watch the rest of this on Law and Crime. Keep the chat off. That would be my recommendation to you. I don't know if there's anybody else who's going to live stream this afternoon, or I would send you over there. Yeah, the judge was hoping to be done by lunch, but here we sit after listening to many, many witness statements, or actually the victim impact statements. There were only about a dozen of those and so many more on behalf of the defendant. We heard about rescue horses, her feeding the homeless, what a great and kind and compassionate woman she is, all of these church friends she made after the murder. And yikes, it was painful to sit through. The victim impact statements were incredible. The women friends who had been lifelong friends of Jennifer Dulos were wonderful and compassionate, and her mother, and they're taking care of her 5 children. She has 2 sets of twins and 1 child who was born after the twins. And they've all pulled together like the village that they are to raise these children. And all 5 children got up and spoke, and it was heartbreaking to listen to. But all of these witnesses on behalf of the defense are just ringing a little hollow to me. Holly, thanks for becoming a member and for gifting 5 memberships. You're so very generous. Hi, Ms. Carey. Thank you so much for the 5 question. Watching phase 2 of Daybell defense is not going to present mitigation and allocations. You mean allocutions? What does that mean? I don't know what. If they do not have anything to present on mitigation, that means something that would lessen the crime or lessen the penalty. Then that could be what that means. But without watching it with you, I do not know. Holly says it means they have no mitigating factors to help Chad. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. So here we sit. Court's coming back at 2:30. I'm hoping there will be someone for you to watch it with. But I have appointments this afternoon. So sorry. So sorry, because I do love spending time with you. See if there's anybody else here that I need to thank real quick. Thank you to my moderators, who are the best moderators on YouTube. They keep the chat classy and make this a very friendly place to come and watch coverage. So thank you to all of my moderators for keeping it classy today. We've been here for 4.5 hours, and I know this is a very tiring job. Everyone can go take a stretch and take a break. And to my channel members, thank you. I love you all so very much. If everyone could please kindly hit the like button on your way out, it really helps the algorithm. It helps push the stream out there. Feel free to share the video. Feel free to obviously come back and watch the Karen Reed trial with me at 8:30 a.m. on Monday. And thank you to Duty Ron. His link is in the channel below. He was here earlier. If you missed him, he's at work. So he dropped in early in the beginning. And thank you all so very much for hanging out with me today, because otherwise I'd be watching this myself and just screaming at my television. So as I always say, my friends, be cool, be kind, be classy. It's not hard, really. It is so not hard. I promise you, you too can help make the world a better place. Justice for Jennifer Dulos and for her 5 children, and our prayers and thoughts go out to each and every one of the members of her family who are grieving, and they still have not found her remains. Peace out, everyone. I'll see you soon. Make sure you subscribe and hit the bell so you'll know when I go live. Thanks.